who are here today to learn and to listen from our researchers, I really do encourage you to follow up and get in contact with our researchers if they're doing something that's of interest to you personally, to an organization that you represent. If you're working on that issue at the policy level right now, these are the people who can help you. They are ready, they are willing, they have solutions, and they have the research to back up their arguments, which is so important for the entire policy making process. So if there's one of the researchers mentioned something that you find interesting today, please follow up, check out our researchers' profiles on the DARE website, make sure you get in contact with them. If you're there in person, definitely grab that researcher for a coffee. People are only too happy, especially after the last 2 years of quite a lot of isolation, to have the opportunity to actually connect with people and to put the research that they have been working on all this time to good use, and to think about other potential applications of that research, because perhaps something somebody says today could be relevant in quite a different area that you're working on. So do engage and do ask questions. The researchers are there, they're willing to work with others, and it's really important for researchers to think about and be encouraged to develop their arguments in a way that can create real and lasting change. And I know that those of you who are attending today are the kinds of people who can do that. I also just want to acknowledge the really important work that has led to this event, without which we would not be here today. And this particular event, and in fact, the entire week leading up to today's conference, has been really carefully crafted and organized by Lisa Waddington at the University of Maastricht and the European Disability Forum, especially Anne-Sophie. But I'm so grateful to all of those who are putting the event together in person. It is a real logistical challenge to develop an event like this that has some online participation as well as the in-person elements in a way in which everyone can actually participate, and in a way that's not frustrating for people and that minimizes the technical challenges that we're all facing. So this is really, really great to have an event like this pulled off, and it is not an easy feat. And again, also very grateful to the backroom team in NUI Galway, especially Joanna Ford and Mary Faherty, who have been so central in working with Raquel and Anne-Sophie and everyone at EDF to make today's event happen. I also want to acknowledge, in terms of the accessibility of this event, the stellar work of our captioners and sign language interpreters, and also to encourage everyone throughout the day to engage in the event, whether by asking questions in person for those of us who are participating online, to make sure that we are posting questions in the chat so that they can be read out, or we have the opportunity to ask our question to the presenters, because again, this is our chance. These are the opportunity that the early stage researchers have been working really hard towards in order to make sure that they can actually share their findings with the world and share their research with the world. So we really need to make the most of this opportunity, engage with the researchers, and for the early stage researchers as well, to make sure to use this networking opportunity to its fullest. So with that, I just want to make a final note of celebration, I hope, of what we have achieved in the project so far. And research is at such an advanced stage for all of our early stage researchers. Almost everyone has completed their data collection and is either in the midst of their analysis or about to undertake that analysis. And that's a really critical point. And it is no mean feat to collect information, especially from disabled people directly in the midst of a global pandemic. So the opportunities that people would normally have had for engagement have been completely flipped on their head. And I'm so proud of what the early stage researchers have managed to achieve by continuing to collect data in this really challenging environment in a way that is such a valuable information. And in fact, some people have collected information in the context of the pandemic that perhaps they would have never been able to collect otherwise. So this is a really crucial time. This is a really important time for advancing disability rights. We are still in a global pandemic, despite the fact that many states would like to pretend otherwise. And the health and lives, indeed, of disabled people are still at risk in many contexts, not just from factors like the global pandemic, but because of conflict, because of climate change. And these are issues which our early stage researchers are really deeply thinking about, are poised to engage with, and have the knowledge to really make a difference in those environments. So it's more important than ever that we ensure disability rights are part of the conversation about how to achieve justice in all of these different arenas. And while we're focused on the perspective of disabled people and disability rights in our conversations today, we need to make sure that we are also being included as researchers who work in this space in all the other conversations that are going on globally about justice and human rights issues. And that work is still ongoing. It still will take time for us to be fully invited to those tables or to muscle our way into them, but it's really important that we don't give up at this point. There is a real risk that some of the small concessions towards disabled people's lives and health and well-being and rights that were won during the pandemic, there's a real risk that those are going to be completely reversed. And this is a time that we need to focus on that and focus our energies on how we can really create a political case for change, a legal case for change, and a social case for change as well as a cultural one. So with that, I'm going to conclude my opening remarks and welcome everyone to today's conference. I'm sure we're going to have really productive conversations. I'm really looking forward to hearing from all of our early stage researchers, as well as the key respondents that have been selected, to give them feedback on their work and think about how their work can be applied in different contexts. But of course, first we have a very important keynote address to hear from Professor Gerard Quinn, and I think we are still waiting for him. So I wonder if there are any general questions for me about the DARE network that anyone would like to ask at this point. We have a few minutes before Gerard is actually with us. So if anyone would like to ask something about the DARE network, please do. Okay, so Yolin has asked a really important question in the chat, which is what happens after the conference? So good question. So our early stage researchers are going to continue to work on their projects, and their contracts for their research work go until the end of August this year, at which point they will be wrapping up their research with the DARE project. So we won't be having any further public events after today, but that is why I've mentioned that it's so important to get in contact with the individual researchers that are working on issues that are connected to you. And of course, you can also be in contact with any of the principal investigators that are leading the research at each of the partner universities and the core partners for this project. And we will continue to work on these issues. We are actually having a discussion tomorrow amongst the core partners about how we can advance the research after the end of the DARE project. So watch this space. This is something that is not going to go away, and we're thinking about plans of how we can progress these issues in the meantime. Joanne has asked a question about what is the best way to get involved. So I would suggest that the best way is really to check out our website. So we will post the link to the website in the chat as well for people who are listening in. So our website will have all the information on the individual researchers, on their individual projects, and how to get in contact with them. So that's dareresearch.eu. And so that's really the best way to get involved. And there's a contact list there where you can also email dareresearch@nuigalway.ie to be informed about any publications or developments from the DARE project. Emma is asking a question on whether there is much research on disabled people in the workplace in Ireland. So I'm not sure if any of the early stage researchers want to respond to that. I'm not sure if that's something that anyone from the project is specifically working on. Although there have been people who've worked on issues related to the workplace, I don't think the focus has been on Ireland. So because I'm based there, I'm happy, Emma, to be in contact with you and provide you with any links and publications that I'm aware of that might be of interest. So perhaps that, but again, please, if any of the ESRs would like to share in research that they're aware of on disabled people in the workplace in Ireland, please let me know. Okay, I think Jared has just joined us. So I'm going to hand over the floor to Jared once you've managed to get your mic and camera working. And again, for those of you that perhaps missed the introduction I did earlier, so Professor Jared Quinn is a professor at the University of Lund and the University of Leeds, and was also centrally involved in that DREAM network that I mentioned earlier, of which he was the scientific coordinator. But he is probably best known to most of you as the UN Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. So we are very, very privileged and pleased that Jared is here to join us today and is going to share with us his thoughts on the future of research in this field. So over to you, Jared.
So thank you very much. My presentation this morning is titled Change and Disability, the Researcher as a Policy Entrepreneur. So it's a real pleasure to be really among the next generation of young researchers and hopefully aspiring change agents. I'm deeply grateful to Lisa Waddington for the invitation, and I readily accepted in part because of my admiration for her sterling contribution to change over the years. In her own inaugural address, she wrote eloquently about the march of an idea from the Treaty of Rome to the Treaty of Maastricht in a wheelchair. The journey she traveled in that inaugural address was from meager origins in the Treaty of Rome to much more promising normative departure points in the Treaty of Maastricht. What I want to do this morning is take you on a slightly different kind of journey. My chief concern today is what counts as change? Why is change so difficult, even when the evidence is overwhelming, and even when the normative departure points are crystal clear? To do that, I want to unpack two different spheres that may be considered markets in their own right, and then focus on the relationship between research and researchers and these markets. Of course, there are more than just markets, but let me stay with that metaphor, at least for the sake of this talk. First of all, there is the political marketplace, which responds in its own peculiar way to the felt needs of the people. There are many prisms through which issues get refracted, ignored, or made salient in that marketplace. There are many dynamics explaining change or lack of change in this marketplace. You need to know this marketplace and how it works, and your place within it as a researcher. Secondly, there is the policy marketplace, or the permanent government, which can be equally, if not more, resistant to change. We can condemn, but it's much better to understand. Often the political marketplace and the policy marketplace are not aligned, but when they are, great things can happen. Spoiler alert, I'm assuming a relatively open and responsive democratic order. That, of course, is not true everywhere in the world. You will have to adjust what I say to fit your own circumstances in whatever part of the world you come from. Not only can the political and the policy markets take a different shape depending on where you are, but culture often mediates universal norms. Still, I am an optimist, and I believe that openings for change do happen even in relatively closed political systems. You just have to be alert for them and ready to capitalize on them when they occur. And third, what about your strength, your forte, research, knowledge, data, and evidence? What is its relationship to change, to these two marketplaces, and to advocacy within and before them? The relationship between research, ideas, and change turns out to be very complicated. Disabuse yourselves of the idea at the outset that there are any self-executing treaties, directives, or other legal norms. Always remember the admonition of Justice Holmes that the life of the law is not logic, it is experience. Formal logic might point one way, but it's often mediated by other factors that courts, politicians, and policymakers simply assume. It's much harder to excavate these assumptions and then create a space for decision makers to feel comfortable abandoning them. One of the key lessons of the realists is that decision makers do not necessarily respond to cogent argumentation. You have to first want to make them want to decide for you. I think it's useful to travel this field before you begin your life's work and journey. Academic prowess is one thing, but the situation sense you need to move the dial is something else entirely. As you gain experience, you will pick this up, hopefully, but it's no harm to be aware of this before you begin your exciting life journey. So what about the political marketplace? What moves politicians? I want to zoom in on a few elements, and I'm sure there are many more. As a true marketplace, political parties and individual politicians compete for votes and power. Our hope is that this creates a discipline to think about the public interest rather than sectoral interests. But of course, we know that some parties favor some sectoral interests over others, and that's part and parcel of their identity and appeal to the public, or at least to some sectors of the public. Very few politicians are conviction politicians. Like political algorithms, they can sense trends even before they happen and adjust accordingly. Likewise, very few political parties reason deductively from core instruments like a constitution or a treaty. They constantly weave and respond to where they sense the public is going. So how to hail them on their channel? I isolate 6 elements, 6 ways in, but I'm sure there are many more. First of all, values. All political systems have their own traditions and Grundnorms, legacy values. A good example is the centrality of equality in the French Republic. Another might be the desideratum for fairness in the UK. No party wants to be outmaneuvered when it comes to these core legacy values. It helps to be able to point to a treaty or a constitutional provision, but to reinforce native commitment to change, you need to also point to these legacy values. Of course, all systems have a degree of cognitive dissonance, professing one thing and then doing exactly the other with absolutely no sense of contradiction. I've often puzzled about this, and the only explanation I can find is that culture often trumps logic, even the logic of a legacy value. This gets back to the importance of narrative in framing the issues and the critical importance of configuring your research to crack open the existing narrative. A second way in to the politicians is through economics. Another way to reach them is through economic argumentation. I think it was James Carville who once said, "It's the economy, stupid," as a way of explaining voters' behavior and politicians' behavior in response. Politicians know instinctively that people will not vote for them if they feel worse off than before. Now, that's very useful up to a point. Never forget that the constitutional authority for the Americans with Disabilities Act was both the 14th Amendment, with its moral value of equality, and the Interstate Commerce Clause, working toward a more rational and efficient transborder national economy. Likewise, never forget that the logic of the internal market also sits alongside Article 13 of the Treaty of Amsterdam as providing authority for key EU legislative developments. Curiously, the economic argument does not always work in your favor, even when it should. For example, institutions are widespread in many countries. They're expensive, are a drain on the public resources, and are palpably inefficient in terms of human outcomes, and yet they persist. Another example, DG Regio continues to invest the hard-earned monies of ordinary European taxpayers in institutions, even though the great Jim Mansell showed that there were better solutions many years ago. What's going on? You're a politician, right? You don't want to be seen throwing people out of a job. And the cost of the existing situation, high though that may be, can be borne out of a fear that change will rupture the economic interests of an important group that actually votes. Others have suggested that corruption plays a part, although that's intrinsically difficult to establish. But maybe what's really going on underneath the surface is that economic arguments, no matter how well crafted, are always seen through a distorting prism. It's like economic arguments have traction sometimes, but not always. Quite where the dividing line is very hard to predict in advance. Reputedly, the John Major government set on, that is to say, did not publish research that showed that making the preponderance of London Underground stations accessible would pay for itself over a number of years. So economic arguments count, but they're not a killer argument for change. Still, be prepared to make the economic argument. Sam Begenstos claims that this was the argument that cemented the bipartisan support for the Americans with Disabilities Act, although this is contested by others. And be prepared for the reverse. The economics may not point to the solution you prefer or you consider warranted under treaty law or constitutional law, but have the strength of character to press for it regardless of economics. At the end of the day, human rights trumps economics, but politicians rarely see this. What about the unique moments opened up by scandals, of which there are many in the disability field? Politicians have an acute sense of how the public reacts to events, especially scandals and tragedies. These moments of crisis and self-doubt often create a temporary space for change. If you don't move fast, you will lose the momentum. You have to be prepared, and you have to have your blueprint for change ready before a crisis hits. Of course, crises can backfire spectacularly. I remember an episode in Ireland whereby our national TV did an expose of violent and inhumane conditions in an institution in a neighboring county. I did an appearance on national TV on it. I came out of the studio and had an informal chat with the cameraman. His reaction was the common reaction. We can surely do better regulating conditions in these places. It was not, hey, we actually have a national policy in place on deinstitutionalization that's not been implemented. Why not? And indeed, no matter how well regulated these places are, they're intrinsically prone to violence, exploitation, and abuse. I was shocked and taken aback, but I shouldn't have been. The space opened by scandal and the human reaction of pity can also be dominated by pity. The trick is to try and use the space opened by scandal and shock to engineer space for real change. The scandal and ensuring pity can exceptionally create the space which should never be allowed to drive it. That's much easier said than done. You have to somehow use the moment of crisis to engineer a shift of narrative, but more of that later on. Also, never underestimate sheer accidents and be ready for them. A case in point, when Theresia Degener and I produced the Office of the High Commission study 20 years ago now on the need for a treaty, it was against the backdrop of a failed resolution in the Human Rights Commission to move forward toward a treaty. Rather, a draft resolution to that effect was presented, but was vetoed even before it got to the floor by 2 or 3 European states, which I won't name here. These states said it was too early, that the existing system should be given more time to work. The aim of our study was to show that the existing system did not work and could benefit from a new instrument. In truth, though, any new resolution based on the study to drive forward toward a treaty was also likely to fail since the opposition was deeply entrenched. Nobody, especially not Teresa nor myself, could have predicted that Mexico would short-circuit further debate by pushing through a resolution in the UN General Assembly to set up an ad hoc committee, and the rest is history. My point, accidents do happen. They create space for innovation. Don't hold back on your ideas for change. What is unthinkable today can suddenly become orthodoxy tomorrow. What about competition in the marketplace? All marketplaces have competitors. Often rival parties will focus on an issue like disability to both embarrass the governing party and burnish their own reputations. Equally, the governing party might move on an issue to deny oxygen to a rival party. Of course, the best is all party support for change, but that does not happen often. The Americans with Disabilities Act is a great example. Competitive political dynamics might work in your favor. However, a lot of care is needed. If you get too close to a rival party, thus enabling them to attack the government and make political capital, you may find yourself locked out of favor with the governing party. Say you craft a blueprint for new legislation and it's championed by an opposition party. Merely the fact that it is championed by an opposition party may doom it, despite its intrinsic worth. And if the governing party looks set to lock in place its majority, you'll be left out in the cold. Contrariwise, if you get too close to the governing party, then you can easily be portrayed and criticized for appeasing inaction. It's a very delicate game. My only advice is don't unnecessarily burn bridges. Make yourself equally available to all parties and try not to be seen as weaponizing one party over the other. Of course, every market has both a supply side and a demand side. On the demand side, the other interesting thing about the political marketplace is what the political sociologists call interest group articulation and interest group agitation. Politicians and political parties don't typically respond to individuals on the ground. More accurately, they don't typically formulate policy on the basis of individual experiences. These experiences are mediated through interest groups like organizations of persons with disabilities. And these interest groups also compete with each other. The theory about insular and discrete minorities posits severe disadvantages for many social groups who find it hard to form alliances with other groups and thus leverage change. The result is they don't have an impact commensurate even with their numbers. When you think about it, 15% of any given population has a disability. You'd expect to see a lot of legislation in the field, but that is not the case. Some disability groups have been highly disadvantaged by this, and sometimes they even fail to get the active support of other disability groups. And sometimes governments will play to the distinct interests of different groups and play them off against each other. Sometimes government will frame the arguments from interest groups like disability rights groups as just special pleading, as an attempt to hijack rights to advance special interests. This speaks to the need to build alliances, which takes a lot of mental energy and time. To me, at least, it speaks to the need to work more intersectionally. I've often marveled at how elder rights groups are still at a distance from disability rights groups. When you think about it, deinstitutionalization affects both. And this might lead to more sustainable policy solutions across identity boundaries. Probably the future is increasingly intersectional, and I only see that as a gain. The important point, though, is to reflect and take some time to reflect on the ecosystem for the demand side, how to anticipate how your positions might be spun by government, and to have a counter narrative ready, how to form alliances within the disability field, but also beyond it, how to overcome prejudice against discrete and insular minorities to ensure that your voice is heard, commensurate with the numbers involved. In short, tend to the ecosystem on the demand side and pay attention to this. So much for high politics. What about the real government, the permanent civil service, who often function as the key gatekeepers of change? Research conducted by the British Overseas Aid Office a few years ago investigated why, after a significant investment of several £100 million to a country, there had been little lasting impact. The surprising conclusion was that the policy narrative of the key policymakers had not changed. And it was this that accounted for the lack of movement. The result is that good money was funneled into a system without in any meaningful way reshaping the old policy narrative. They also came to the really interesting conclusion that senior policymakers tend to truly innovate only once over a long career of, let's say, an average of 30 years. Twice, maybe if you're lucky. They are inherently risk averse. Now, what we typically call for in the disability sphere is innovation, which means taking risks. When you think about it, the UNCRPD is a profound disruptor. The systems changes it envisages run deep, and why? That's why we celebrate the CRPD. To me, the important finding concerns the centrality of narrative. Two things to me dominate the controlling narrative almost everywhere in the world. First of all, there is the common assumption everywhere in the world that social support in the form of traditional social welfare is not only enough, but you should be thankful for it. When you unpack this, you can see how it subtly objectifies the person and accepts that a floor of material support is not only necessary, but also sufficient. Related to this is the dominant policy narrative, which says disability costs. So there's a tendency not even to reach the merits of the arguments for change. The cost paradigm operates as a curtain to pull across arguments for change and put them almost indefinitely on the defensive. And this is true even when the arguments for change are palpably cost effective. I recall the initial opposition of the EU to the concept of reasonable accommodation as a form of discrimination in the ad hoc committee in the drafting of the UN CRPD. They saw it, or at least they presented it, as an indirect way of making economic and social rights enforceable and therefore objectionable. Their initial position was impervious to logic. Thankfully, they changed, but that's another day's story. So in a way, persons with disabilities are caught in this trap of economic, social, and cultural rights. Put another way, these rights are distorted to justify arrangements that may provide support, but at the cost of marginalizing persons with disabilities. It seems that both disability and old age are disproportionately hit by this phenomenon, welfare and not rights. When you argue for enhanced social support, as you should, be careful not to reinforce the dominance of this policy welfare narrative. Related to the centrality and stubborn stability of dominant policy narratives is risk. The risks associating with existing law can be well known. Often policymakers know full well what these risks are and are actually content to remain with them, even though the exposure to human rights abuses remains palpable. For example, to be placed in a congregated setting inevitably means a heightened risk of violence, exploitation, and abuse. Maybe part of the reason for keeping people in institutions is allegedly protection. Yet it has often been shown time and again that the best form of protection is to have a friend. The risk of continuing with existing arrangements, like institutions, is in the policymaker's mind balanced against the risks of change. Change is always risky. It's an unknown. The costs are unpredictable. The rupture to existing ways of doing things will discomfort many. Why create enemies? It creates the risk of a spillover. Other groups might be emboldened to demand change. This is something that we celebrate, but that policymakers don't celebrate. Policymakers fear losing control of the agenda. Again, you and I celebrate this, but policymakers don't. So if the policy narrative is the key to true change, to lasting, sustainable change, how do you change that? You stand some chance to persuade the policy gatekeeper to innovate if he or she has political cover from the political branches. This assumes a minister committed to change. This commitment might either come from conviction or from political calculation. But if it is there, then the innovation-minded policymaker can use it to advantage. There will be mistakes, but at least there will be political cover. And you also stand some chance of success if you can show that the new framework, though unfamiliar, promises better outcomes as well as a more rational use of public resources. And that's where comparative research proves highly worthwhile. I digress for a moment. It seems that dominant policy narratives have their own half-life. That is to say, they decay slower than the pace of legislative change. An obvious case in point were the many negative policy reactions during COVID-19, as revealed by the outstanding Disability Rights Monitor report in 2021. So even when there's positive legislative developments, the dominant policy narrative continues and helps explain many negative policies that impacted persons with disabilities during COVID. Systems always revert to type, and it's even blatantly obvious during crises. So changing the dominant policy narrative is not necessarily done by enacting positive legislation. That's only one step and is not necessarily the decisive one. Changing the policy narrative is a long game. It means you have to consciously configure your research and advocacy to chip away at the dominant framework and put in place an alternative framework, one that will stand the stress of time. So now, lastly, we come to you, the knowledge workers of the future. By now, you'll understand that change is complex, there are many moving parts, and it does not necessarily respond to rational argumentation, or at least not directly. I think there are important lessons for how you should approach your future as knowledge workers. First of all, in the past, a lot of disability research focused on explicating reality, and typically through quantitative analysis. Nothing intrinsically wrong at that. However, the dominant policy narrative always has a way of distorting the messages to be derived from that research, even though that's not your intention. Detailed exposés of what is can easily be distorted into an understanding and acceptance of what ought to be, the classic naturalistic fallacy. If quantitative research is your forte, or if you're using quantitative research to augment more policy-oriented research, then think about how you can guard against the naturalistic fallacy and foreground your vision for the future. There's a lot of talk these days about evidence-based policy making. In my experience, the evidence can count and can count most when decisions have already been taken on other grounds to change. That's not to say evidence is irrelevant. You can't do without it. And if you don't have it, it can be used against you as a pretext to delay change. All research work rests on often unarticulated presumptions. Try to bubble them to the surface. Remember that even famous legislative breakthroughs can be sidelined if the dominant policy narrative persists. Everything you do will either support or undermine the dominant policy narrative. Whether you like it or not, you are a participant in the half-life of these narratives. Your advocacy strategy, how you put your research to work, should keep one eye on the gain you seek to make, for example, an inclusive education law, and another eye on nudging the narrative forward. Remember that the legislation on its own won't necessarily do this. Don't be afraid to lay down for the basis for a completely new policy narrative. Remember, crises and accidents do happen and create the oxygen for a switch in narratives. Don't just challenge exclusion and segregation. Challenge the suppositions that make it acceptable in the eyes of some. For example, the cameraman in my TV interview. Avoid legal formalism. 3 sins of legal formalism were highlighted by the realists many years ago. The first was conceptualism, the idea that legal ideas are comprehensive and extend to absolutely every single eventuality. The second was the idea that rules are complete unto themselves, entirely self-referencing. And the third was that formal logic alone could generate one right answer. The core point is that most law opens up deliberative space, does not close down deliberative space. There are very few single right answers in law, either in constitutional law or under treaties. There's mainly argumentative space. which is usually a decided advantage compared to what preceded it. It's tempting to be a legal formalist, to assert that there is one right answer, especially when the existing situation appears intolerable. However, to insist on this, you can play into a trap. Politicians, and especially policymakers, hate it when you press an argument that short circuits the normal democratic process, that trumps the political and policy marketplaces. And this is true regardless of the merits. Most treaties contain constructive ambiguities, even at their core, that create space for open-ended balancing tests. After all, most of the rights in the CRPD are secured on an equal basis with others, whatever that means. So in a way, a treaty or a constitution creates space for deliberative reason. It's a space with a difference because it grounds a completely different policy narrative. But no treaty is ever self-executing. Always be aware that the CRPD is a profound disruptor and flows directly against the prevailing policy narrative. Your job really is to flesh out that new policy narrative and to make it steadily more credible. Try to avoid advocacy that suggests there's one right answer or that a treaty provision dictates an outcome. Try instead to present your research as a contribution to building a new policy narrative on the assumption that your system of governance has committed to change since it's ratified the relevant treaty. In this, at least, I am a follower of Ryan Goodman, who views international law less as a series of categorical imperatives and more as a stimulus to motivate and nudge states toward right behavior. The future, of course, is not to do work for, but to do work with civil society. Partly this goes to the very legitimacy of your research work, and partly it goes to the effectiveness of your research work. When Bob Bergdorf wrote the first draft of the ADA in the mid-1980s, which he did in his spare time, he did it in close cooperation with disability groups. This was one of the main reasons it was endorsed by the US National Council of Disability in the late 1980s, thus paving the way for the landmark legislation. This places a premium on models of co-production of research with civil society, as well as on research ethics when working in close collaboration with civil society. The days of the isolated researcher working away in an ivory tower are over. This calls for new skills and especially active listening. This might generate some tensions for you. After all, this kind of work product generated through co-production is not really what universities, for example, typically reward. I had high hopes for the trend toward rewarding work for its impact within universities, but impact analysis in research at universities has just become reified and therefore just another matrix. At the end of the day, you have to do this work because you believe in it and not because it leads to career advancement. By now, you'll understand you're part of a larger ecosystem for change. By now, you'll understand that each side of the equation has its own calculus to make. By now, you'll understand that motivating all sides to work forward is key. To some extent, that requires you making calculations for each side, even before they make them for themselves. This is key to the situation sense you need as a researcher to advance change. The best way to do this, to pick up the skills needed to do this, is to step into the shoes of the different sides. The idea that there's one unilinear career that you must follow, for example, in academia, is not helpful. But be open to spending time in government. There's no magic line separating good guys from bad guys. Be open to spending time working in advocacy organizations. Active listening becomes a natural default when you do. Spend time working in an NHRI or on a treaty body. They will force you to translate majestic generalities into practical lines of reform. The acuity of your research product will be greatly enhanced by these experiences, not diminished. What are my conclusions? And I will be very brief. First of all, the dominant policy narrative is the superstructure to change, guiding it, deflecting it, and informing it. You should always have one eye on it whilst advocating for a particular law or policy reform issue. Remember, unless it's changed, the dominant policy narrative can swamp even progressive laws, and especially in times of crisis. This is a long game, but one you should always be part of and configure your research to be part of. Secondly, your opportunities to put ideas into action depends on many, many variables, and not just on the intrinsic worth of the ideas. Don't wait, always anticipate openings for change and be ready for them when they happen. As Lisa Waddington, Tracy Degader, and I can testify, they happen in very surprising ways. Third, avoid legal formalism. Try to present your ideas as a contribution to deliberative reason, as an honest attempt to advance change in the policy narrative. Be open to the counter-argument that you could be wrong. Prowess has to be tempered by humility. Finally, try to circulate in your future career. Universities are a part of the world as well as apart from the world. They are at their very best when they allow for and facilitate active research citizenship. See your career as part of the larger democratic ecosystem for change and find ways to be connected. Life is short, but I think if you do this, then you're much more likely to leave some valuable lines in the sand. Thank you so much, Eleanor, and back to you.
Thank you, Gerard. That was so interesting, and I'm sure really beneficial for our early stage researchers as they embark on a future research career. So I'm going to take some questions that we have on Zoom in the chat first and pose them to you, Gerard, and then we'll take a round of questions from those who are in person in the room. So the first question we have in the chat comes from Paul, and he asks, are we sometimes missing the intersectionality of power as an area for analysis? For example, the directive proposal in 2008 intended to level up EU protection against discrimination based on age, disability, sexual orientation, and religion or belief beyond the workplace. Article 13 in the Amsterdam Treaty resulted largely from different interest groups working together. The 2008 proposal has languished since 2008. Is that partly the failure of civil society interest to see the potential of the intersectionality of power, or is the proposal not sufficiently important? So, Gerard, I'll put that question to you first because it's quite an extensive one.
Thank you, Paul. What a great question and lots of fascinating.
It's also an easy question.
Yeah. You know, I think maybe we can trace it even further back. I think when we had the Article 13 of the Treaty of Amsterdam, we had a chance to move forward on a united front, but a decision was taken to, first of all, have a race directive, which was really good and spanned many different material fields. And then to separate that out from a directive narrowly telescoped into employment, covering all of the remaining fields. So there was a kind of implicit aristocracy embedded from the get-go. I do recall, and maybe if Lisa is online, she will recall also, that there was a proposal in the 90s to break down the different units, or rather thread together the different units in DG employment to create an equal opportunities directorate. And that was actually strenuously opposed by the gender unit on the basis that that might debase the currency. So I think we played into that in exactly the wrong way from the 1990s. And I think governments obviously play up to that and play between that. It did create some interesting debate in the United States in the 1980s and the 1990s about whether there should be an extension of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 to embrace disability within its coverage, or to have an entirely separate set of legislation. They were lucky enough that they had very strong bipartisan political support to get a very robust piece of legislation. We've not been so fortunate. So I don't know, but it's really worthwhile having a separate seminar and thinking that through, Paul. Thank you very much for the question.
Great. Thanks, Jared, for that answer. I'm going to go next to the room, to the in-person room, and ask my colleagues there if anyone has a question. I think there's a roving microphone coming its way to you if anyone wants to ask Jared a question.
Yes. Hi, Jared. Colin Kaki from NEI Galway. Just wondering, you mentioned about the rights of older people, and I was wondering if you had any views on the proposed development of a new convention on the rights of older people, and whether you had any advice for disability researchers as to whether we should be reaching out to those people advocating for that convention to see if there's maybe a third way.
Thanks, Colin. And one of the people I work extremely closely with is Claudia Mahler, the UN Special Expert or Advisor on the Rights of Older People. When we started drafting the CRPD, it was a standing possibility that people in the CRC community, in the CERD community, in the CEDAW community could have objected to the very commencement of the process on the basis that their instruments might be debased. They didn't do that. They had the openness of mind to give a fair wind to the process for drafting the Disability Convention. And I think the Disability Convention suggested many innovations, some of which have been implicitly taken on board by the other treaty monitoring bodies. So to the argument that we cannot allow a treaty on the rights of older people to proceed because it potentially creates the risk of debasing the currency, I would say we need to have the same openness of mind that others had in allowing a fair wind for the drafting of the UN CRPD itself. I think there are many, many interesting similarities or commonalities between ageism and ableism. I also think there are some differences, but that's what a specialist treaty drafting process is there for, to try and weasel out what the commonalities are and what the differences are. The two things that seem to me that underpin both instruments, and now I'm being very optimistic and anticipating an instrument on the rights of older people, is notions of autonomy. And of course, when you peel that away, what we're really talking about is not viewing the old age or the disability first, but viewing the person behind it first. And that's one of the commonalities between ableism and ageism, that it acts as a kind of a cloaking device that indecently conceals the person. And the other commonality, it seems to me, is community living, being connected with the community, not hiding away as you age and so forth. But and it's been shown again and again and again that anytime you institutionalize, let's say, an older person, their health condition, such as it was, accelerates and deteriorates even more rapidly than what would otherwise be the case. And that's why in some countries I know, there's no institutions for people with dementia, none. And that's extremely positive, but it cuts against the grain of the dominant policy narrative. So I guess both instruments would be trying in their own way to give us some tools to chip away at both ableism and ageism. So yeah, having said that, I think we were extremely lucky in the disability sector that Mexico rode in like a knight in shining armor in 2001, 2002. There is no Mexico as of yet getting behind the draft treaty or the proposal for a draft treaty on the rights of older people. I would personally love to see a larger Latin American country, perhaps a European country, but maybe even an Asia Pacific country, but we don't have that yet. So it's still a work in progress. And I think the future is very much an intersectional future. When you think about it, and I'll shut up here, there are so many issues that transcend these traditional identity boundaries. And sometimes we shoot ourselves in the foot by remaining hermetically sealed within these boundaries. We might have a chance of securing a lot more sustainable policy solutions if we argued for a conception of flourishing as a person in the community for all and not just for persons with disabilities. That would of course apply to older people, but perhaps others as well. Yeah, let me shut up there.
Thanks, Jared. We have two more questions from the Zoom, and I'll give them one after the other. I think the two people would like to ask the question live. So I'll turn to Joanne first for your question.
Hi, Jared. Thank you so much for your presentation. It was really interesting and very informative. In Northern Ireland, do you think we should work toward getting the UNCRPD in domestic law by existing legislation or a new bill?
Great. And while you're thinking of your answer to that, Jared, I'll give Emma the floor to ask her question.
Hi.
Go ahead, Emma.
Okay, sorry. Hi, Jared. My name's Emma. I'm currently studying. I'm an intellectual disability nurse, and I am doing a master's in disability studies in UCD. Now, I have a mild learning disability, so I was told as a person with a mild learning disability, I wasn't able to practice as a nurse in Ireland. There was no support for it. Now, it's something just very minor, but I just hope this doesn't. Is there like? I have wrote to several different places in Ireland about, there's not enough support. Like, I only have a mild learning disability. It's something very minor, but I suffer a lot of discrimination in the workplace. Like, and I've wrote everywhere, been in every door and got no answers or no support in any way.
Thanks, Emma. So over to you, Jared. Oh, you're on mute. You'll have to take your microphone off.
Sorry about that, modern living. Thanks, Joanne. I mean, it's a step forward to enshrine CRPD in domestic legislation, for sure. But I always remember, and I'm sure Paul remembers too, the work of Carol Clare, the very famous labor lawyer in the US. He took the example of the fair employment legislation of the 1930s, which put forward a radically different conception of employer-employee relationships gradually interpreted away by the courts, because of course the courts hadn't shifted to a different policy narrative. They continued with the traditional way of viewing the relationship, even though the legislation was on the books. So I think the legislation is a start, but it's really the dominance of the policy narrative that you have to work at. And unless you change that, you're not going to change much. By the way, there's going to be a natural lag between, let's say, a positive change in the narrative in the legislature and then a slower pace of change of the narrative in the courts. The courts naturally lag behind. So one of your tasks as an advocate is to make judges much more comfortable with the foundations of and the entailments of the new policy narrative. So that's taking a very strategic view of your role, so to speak. Emma, I'm very sorry to hear that. I do recall some famous cases in the United States. For example, I'll give you a shocking example, maybe. His name escapes me at the moment. You know, the blind singer from Detroit. Anyhow, I'll think of his name.
Stevie Wonder?
Stevie Wonder. Stevie Wonder has a pilot's license. Now he has a pilot's license with the reasonable accommodation that a seeing pilot accompanies him in the small Cessna plane that he flies. There are many, many blind psychiatrists in the United States, people who go through medical school, even though the medical schools try to keep them out because they can't see the patient, and therefore it is judged that their clinical capacities are somewhat less than seeing doctors, although they would argue that they more than compensate for this in other ways. And I've tackled the European Commission on its highly medicalized tests for employment that seem to go on fishing expeditions that lock people out of employment positions simply because they have a condition or a disability, without really looking at the relationship between that condition and disability and your actual capacity to perform the essential functions of a job. Now, I think, Paul, that's where we made a mistake in the drafting of the EU Employment Directive. We did not insist on this concept of the essential functions of a job, and therefore the scope for employers to discriminate is broader than it should be, allowing for open-ended medical testing. I think this is a hangover from a very narrow policy narrative that goes back 60 or 70 years, which simply assumes that if you have a disability, you have no place in doing certain jobs. So I think what you raise is a symptom of that. And I think one of the solutions is to either argue under the directive, bring a case before the European Court of Justice and get them to insist.
How do I do that? Because I've tried sending letters everywhere. It's not, and I can't get anywhere. Like the ministers or everything, they just close the door in my face.
Yeah. I mean, another example of it in Ireland, not to be too parochial, is that at least until recently, to become a national school teacher, there had to be a positive assertion that you were free from any sort of a disability, which is atrocious when you think about it. But let's have a bilateral chat later on it.
Great, thank you, Jared. So we'll go back to the in-person attendees in the room now and see if there are any remaining questions for Jared before we wrap up this session. So I think a microphone is on its way.
Kinvera County, Galway. Can you hear me, Jared?
Yes, but Jared's on mute now.
Jared's back on mute. Okay. Jared, since you're a visionary, I'm going to ask you a visionary question. As you may be aware, political scientists like Ivan Kastov in the Institute of Liberal Strategies, I think, in Sofia, Bulgaria, and many others are now suggesting that the liberal democracies are in decline, and that illiberal autocracies in the East, with China showing the fact that market principles can easily be mapped onto autocracy and flourish very successfully. And in, of course, Eastern Europe as well, with Hungary and Poland and other countries, that in fact, the very principles of egalitarian liberal democracy and self-governance in a multi-sectorial, multiracial environment, those things are under threat. Very strong tectonic shocks are being sent around the world. In light of those kinds of forces, should disability researchers go local and let all of the enormous, potentially global changes play themselves out because they're completely beyond the scope of their activism? Or is there a role to play for all equality seekers, marginalized individuals, to sort of make stands with respect to very basic principles, which we didn't have to in our youth? Arguing for democracy didn't seem to be a necessary precondition for equality. It may now be that the very principles of self-governance may be under threat. So how would you, as a visionary, advise the ESRs?
So, I've always taken the view that in terms of marriage between liberalism and democracy, by far the weakest variable is the concept of democracy, because it can be understood simply as a process, simply as an open-ended process, simply as a process without limits, and also as a process that dominates other sources of values, like, for example, liberalism or whatever. And that kind of anomic view of democracy is the real problem. And it seems to be in the ascendant. And I think one of the problems is we've kind of fallen into several traps. And one is to underplay the kind of threads that connect the various groups that are the beneficiaries of equality. The prime beneficiary of equality is everybody in the country, not just particular sectoral groups. And we've never made that argument. And also, we've divided ourselves unnecessarily. For example, it seems to me profoundly stupid to argue for deinstitutionalization of people with disabilities without taking an equal interest in the deinstitutionalization of older people. So it's like it's forcing us to reframe what we mean by equality, how we break down some of these perceived hermetic seals between different identity groups, and then how we argue for democracy as a core value without which democracy itself could not function. So to me, there was a great publication last year by Nomos, the American Society for Political Philosophy and Law, on democratic failure. And I think this is one of the key elements of that. And I'd love to chat with you further, Jerome and Kinvara, at your leisure.
Wonderful. Okay, well, due to time, we're going to have to leave that as our last comment from you, Jared. And thank you so much for spending this time with us today and sharing your insights with the researchers and with, of course, our public audience as well as part of this conference. So we really very much appreciate having you with us. And I'm sure people will be able to follow up with you in your role as UN Special Rapporteur if there are queries that they have that your office might be able to assist with in that. So I might just post the office email into the chat as well for anyone who wants to follow up with at the UN Special Rapporteur's office. But for now, we will be taking a short break. For those of you who are attending session 1A on ensuring accountability for duty bearers, you will be returning to this exact Zoom session. So you can, if you're listening online, just turn off your camera and mic for a while and come back in 20 minutes, 30 minutes, in 30 minutes time. And if you are attending session 1B, so that is the session on access to justice and persons with disabilities, you have to go to a different link, and I'm going to post that link into the chat now so that anyone who is listening online will know where to go. You have already received it in an email, but just in case you haven't got easy access to that, I'm posting the link for that now. So thank you once again to Jared and to all of our participants for a really lively session to kick off our public day. And we will be back in 30 minutes for the
parallel sessions. My name's Mark Priestley and I'll be chairing this session. So we have 3 of the early stage researchers who are going to summarize some of their emerging findings. And we have 3 respondents who will be with us. Ruth is going to join us. Rosemary is online, hopefully. Is Rosemary online? Okay. Hopefully Rosemary will be online. Maybe someone wants to email her or something. Welcome, Ruth. And we'll start straight away. So we have a maximum of 30 minutes to kind of engage with each piece. So I think what we're asking the early stage researchers to do is to take kind of 10 minutes, as close as you can get, and roughly the maximum for the same for the respondent. It's okay to be shorter. And then we have some minutes for expansion or discussion. Good. So welcome to Colin, who's going to be the guinea pig first to try the process. So I'm going to hand straight over to you, Colin. Introduce yourself and give us your findings.
Thanks very much. I'm Colin Kaki and my PhD at the Centre for Disability Law and Policy at NUI Galway. And in my PhD, I explore the relationship between national human rights institutions and disabled people's organizations. And what I'm trying to do is consider the role that a national human rights institution can play in strengthening the voice of disabled people and their organizations. And for anyone who's not familiar, national human rights institutions are statutory bodies that are independent of the state, who have been accredited as being independent by a UN-backed system. So when the UN CRPD was being negotiated, it was considered that national human rights institutions could play a key role in correcting the historic exclusion of disabled people from the policy-making process. And in their seminal report, which informed the development of the UNCRPD, Professor Teresa Degner and Professor Jared Quinn, they set out a range of ways, 4 ways in particular, that they considered that national human rights institutions could potentially support national disabled people's movements. And in my research, which involved analysis of international promising practices amongst NHRIs and case study analysis of the Equality and Human Rights Commission in the UK and the Irish Human Rights and Equality Commission, I tested these 4 propositions that are set out in the slide there, the top 4 bullet points. And I'm just going to go through each of those now and highlight a couple of the key findings that have emerged from my research. So in terms of supporting disabled people's organizations to build human rights capacities, I find some discrete examples of NHRIs delivering quite innovative training programs to disabled people's organizations. But in general, NHRIs considered that it wasn't really their role to be capacity building bodies, that they weren't really a source of formal training programs for DPOs. So NHRIs tend to emphasize that they hadn't been resourced to provide these programs that, as Jared Quinn said in his presentation this morning, that sort of policy entrepreneurial skills that DPOs and disabled people need to bring about the changes required to bring about compliance with the CRPD, that they weren't resourced to provide those training and capacity building programs. And given that NHRIs weren't performing that role, I inquired whether they were monitoring, whether there was other bodies in society, in their jurisdictions, that were providing this training. I was quite surprised that NHRIs hadn't critically assessed the availability of funding and training programs to DPOs to enable them to engage in policy discourse in their jurisdictions. So it sort of begged the question for me that if the national human rights institution is not doing, who is there really to monitor how DPOs develop their skills to speak out on human rights? How do they gain that knowledge and expertise? More positively, I did find that through their monitoring activities, national human rights institutions were providing informal learning opportunities in which disabled people in their organizations were able to glean insight into both domestic processes and to the human rights system from the National Human Rights Institution. In particular, NHRIs that had established advisory bodies that included disabled people and their organizations. Those forums, although they're established really to assist the NHRI, the individuals involved within them really develop their own expertise and develop their capacity to engage in human rights-based discourse. Then, in terms of validating the claims of disabled people, I find that DPOs and disabled people often bring concerns to national human rights institutions in the hope that the NHRI will conduct an inquiry or an investigation. And through their inquiries, national human rights institutions can shine a light on abusive practices that may not be captured by more official channels. They also can develop, and some NHRIs have developed, participative approaches such as oral hearings, whereby disabled people are given a platform to share their lived experience and to raise the public discourse on important issues, particularly around institutionalization. But one thing I encountered in particular, the circumstances in England and Wales, where quite often the DPOs have brought an issue that they would like to be investigated, and the National Human Rights Institution has for numerous reasons decided not to undertake one. But that's created a bit of conflict between the EHRC and disabled people's organizations. So it's important in designing their approach towards inquiries and investigations that national human rights institutions have open processes and clear decision-making approaches. I find that NHRIs have collaborated very effectively with DPOs in developing shadow reports to the CRPD committee. And NHRIs are also in a process with support from the OHCHR of developing quite sophisticated tracking tools and websites whereby they're monitoring the implementation of treaty body recommendations, including from the CRPD committee. And I think these tools will take on increasing prominence due to the significant delays at the treaty body system that have only been made worse due to the coronavirus pandemic. But one slight concern I had was that NHRIs tend to focus support for DPOs on engagement with the CRPD committee. And there's a lack of evidence of NHRIs supporting DPOs to engage in the other treaty body processes or UN processes. And this is something that needs to be addressed to ensure that disability rights are mainstreamed throughout the UN system. And on the third point, in this morning's presentation, Professor Quinn really emphasized the importance of system change as a way of bringing about CRPD compliance. And national human rights institutions, as statutory bodies with a responsibility to provide advice, can play a key role in advocating for reform of policymaking processes to ensure they're inclusive of disabled people's organizations. In both of my case studies, the state had developed new participative structures for engaging with disabled people. But in both jurisdictions, DPOs had concerns that these were not meaningful or truly participative. DPOs in particular considered that these initiatives have failed to appropriately prioritise the views of disabled people's organisations over service providers. And this is an area where I think NHRIs need to do more and need to consider the ways in which priority can be given to the views of disabled people in practice. And then in terms of addressing violations, I find that national human rights institutions have supported disabled people and DPOs in some important legal cases. In the UK, there have been cases in relation to eligibility for juror service for deaf people. And there's also been quite important legal precedents developed, both by strategic litigation initiated by the EHRC and by interventions that they have carried out. But I think it's important not to overstate the ability of a national human rights institution to meet the legal needs of disabled people. And national human rights institutions can potentially have a much greater impact through utilising their regulatory powers and promoting the embedding of human rights and equality duties in the public sector. And I think the work of the Irish Human Rights and Equality Commission in embedding the human rights and equality duty that's enshrined in law there is a real good example of best practice in terms of changing ways of thinking within the public sector there. So just in concluding, in my research, I find a mixed picture. There's promising practices emerging, but there's a need for NHRIs to be more purposeful in considering how through their activities they can support disabled people's organisations to act as key agents of change. And I think there's a need for networks of national human rights institutions like the European network of NHRIs to consider how NHRIs can really embed the principle of nothing about us without us in how they go about their work as independent monitoring mechanisms. So that's the end of my presentation, and thanks very much for listening.
Beautifully done in 9 minutes. You've gained a question. Excellent. So it's a real pleasure to welcome Ekaterina, who is the Deputy Public Defender in Georgia and chair of the European Network on National Human Rights Institutes working group on the CRPD. I can't think of a better respondent to have for this particular topic. So thank you.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank you for inviting me and for our network to be part of this amazing conference. And thank you very much for such an interesting presentation of the findings of your research. We had a small chat before we started our session, and I said that I really completely agree all findings you have in your research, and all the problems identified are the concerning issues for us, for NHRIs working in this field. First problem I want to name is lack of financial resources. And I totally agree that sometimes NHRIs are designed to be monitoring body of CRPD convention without allocating enough and sufficient resources to do so. So during the pandemic, it was already also very clear for us that some budget cuts, which are like many NHRIs are facing budget cut problems in many countries. So this is affecting our work in this field. Although it's not a case in Georgia, but we all know in our network, and I'm lucky enough to have a cooperation and communication with other NHRIs, that lack of sufficient resources is one of the biggest problems in our work. So another problem is the institutional capacity and human resources of NHRIs. Sometimes the NHRIs have a very broad mandate to work in all human rights, and the rights of persons with disabilities and working in this field is somehow hidden in all the activities they are doing. And namely in countries with some political crisis like Georgia, Moldova, for example, Ukraine now, we are facing a lot of challenges in the human rights field, like ongoing conflicts, or I don't know, financial crisis or economical crisis. And somehow working on the rights of persons with disabilities are hidden in all other activities. So the most important issue I wanted to add to Colin's research is, like to Colin's ideas, is to have a clear picture where this stands in our institutions. Do we have structural units working on the rights of persons with disabilities? Do we have consultative councils, or do we have a participation policies, how persons with disabilities are part of our activities and our work, not to have it hidden in our general activities we are conducting or doing. And third issue we are facing and very problematic in our work is that we do not have very clear guidelines or comprehensive guidelines about the participation of persons with disabilities into our work. Of course, we have CRPD General Comment 7, which give us a broad picture or basic standards how persons with disabilities or organizations working in this field can be part of decision making or some participatory processes. But at a national level, sometimes we do not really have a clear standards or guidelines how we can do it in practice. So I can also name this problem as a really urgent in our work to have a very concrete steps or some examples how we can do it in practice and how it should be effective. For example, in Georgia, in our NHRI, we have consultative council, which is providing recommendations and some guidance to our office how we can work, how we can conduct monitoring activities, or which are the priorities for the community this year or next year. But without really clear vision or without really clear guidelines how we are inviting them, how they are part of our work, is really difficult to achieve some tangible results in this field. I cannot really completely agree in one point, but I'm sure that it's a case of those NHRIs and we have some limitations in your research that it was just 2 NHRIs analyzed in this field. It's about NHRIs not comprehensively working to other dimensions like awareness raising activities or research activities or involvement of DPOs in this process. So we have many good examples around Europe, as I'm talking on behalf of this European network, that NHRIs are conducting a lot of awareness raising activities in this field with participation of DPOs and the persons with disabilities, also informational campaigns I named, but also other educational activities in this field or conducting researches in this field. But of course, it can be a problem in many NHRIs work. What I wanted to suggest, in a recommendation part, is first issue is importance of exchange best practices among NHRIs is very crucial and very important, because we all have different practices. We all have different country situation or background information in our countries, but still we can find a lot of similarities and a lot of good practices, or we can get some answers about the challenges we are facing at national level if we will have very good cooperation at international level. So I want to underline the role of GANRI, Global Alliance of National Human Rights Institutions, and ENRI, European Network, but still maybe there is need to be done more and to have more frequent exchange of experience among NHRIs and build on our experiences, some good practices. Also, what I wanted to say is clear guidelines for NHRIs, how we can involve or how we can ensure the meaningful participation of persons with disabilities and the DPOs into our work. So it could be also recommendation towards OHCHR, who is really helping in this field, or to help NHRIs in this process. And last point is our financial problems are not only our problems, it's a state problem. So I think that CRPD committee should somehow ensure the let's say advocacy or some pressure to the governments to allocate enough and sufficient resources for NHRIs. And it was also in the research presentation that proper monitoring of Article 33 is really crucial and important. So maybe we can also advocate to create some special working group or some special task at the CRPD committee level to monitor how the states are implementing their obligation to provide sufficient resources for implementation of CRPD convention. So this was all from my side, and thank you very much once again.
Perfect. Thank you. There's a really interesting range of issues there, particularly about the role of national human rights institutes. What are they, and how do they exist in relation to disability? Is disability a minority concern? Is it a specific concern? How can that be targeted? The monitoring of convention implementation and what role does to what extent is a human rights institute allied with the state or perceived to be, from disabled people's perspective as it is independent, but is it independent of the state? Is it independent of disabled people's advocacy? And how does that triangle of advocacy work? So, because our speakers were so well timed, we have time for questions, which is fantastic. So I think questions or contributions or discussion, and we'll do that for a little bit less than 10 minutes. Teresa.
Hi, thank you for your input, both Colin and Ekaterine, for your inputs. It was very interesting to listen to, and I think, Colin, you have made very important findings, the research we really need in order to foster the implementation of the CRPD at the practical level. My question is more of a cultural nature, maybe. What is your, both of you, what is your assessment as regard of whether or not NHRIs appreciate that due to the CRPD, their own status has raised considerably? According to my understanding, the CRPD is the only UN treaty body which really gives a lot of legal mandate to national human rights institutes, and that should also make then NHRIs a natural ally of the CRPD. Is that something which is still prevailing, or is it withering away with now the CRPD being enforced for more than 10 years? That's one question I have. And the other is more of practical nature. How accessible are NHRIs to disabled people? Is there a mapping tool for that? Or is there a guideline for NHRIs on how to make themselves accessible to disabled people? Thank you.
Yeah, let's maybe just take that first, and we'll allow Colin to respond first.
Yeah, in terms of NHRIs appreciating the importance of their role as an independent monitoring mechanism, I think certainly for looking at my two case studies, so the Equality and Human Rights Commission was designated as the independent monitoring mechanism without really any critical assessment of its legal basis for doing that, or really additional resources provided to them. And obviously that's not an example of good practice. The Irish Human Rights and Equality Commission, in contrast, there's been quite a bit of discussion, and it's going to be provided for in legislation that their new role as an independent monitoring mechanism, and there's an anticipation of some additional funds. So I think actually it's an improving position in terms of NHRIs taking on that role as an independent mechanism. And I think NHRIs now are appreciating what the role actually involves and the resources that they need to carry it out effectively. So hopefully that will lead to more NHRIs advocating for additional resources, even those that have been designated previously. And what I would like to see actually is NHRIs reflecting on the composition of their own institutions and the ways that they're engaging with disabled people. So we've seen some NHRIs developing new mechanisms for engaging with disabled people's organizations. And then on the second question about how accessible NHRIs are, there's a bit of a discussion within NHRIs as to whether it's best to mainstream disability issues throughout the NHRI, or it's best to have specific disability units or specific disability commissioners. And that's been a debate again that the EHRC have had. And from my evidence, it seems that disabled people very much prefer there to be a disability unit or a specific entry point that they have into the system, almost like a focal point within an NHRI. And I think there needs to be a bit more reflection as to what the best approach there is, and that could maybe be set down in some of the guidelines that we were discussing, that NHRIs could definitely develop their capacity to be more accessible, and should be looking to designate specific officers, I think, to be responsible for facilitating that participation in their decision making.
So I'll just add a few sentences about legal mandates of NHRIs, and we can see that there are two types of NHRIs. First, legally identified to be monitoring body of CRPD convention, or just self-identified to be a monitoring body of CRPD convention. For example, in Georgia, we do not have any article or anything in our legislation which defines that Public Defender of Georgia is monitoring body of CRPD convention. It was part of some meetings, governmental meetings, that it was said that Public Defender could be the best institution to do so, and we are doing it. So we are self-identified monitoring bodies. So of course, it is really problematic in practice, because we need sufficient resources to do all activities and etc. So we can see two different models around Europe of NHRIs. And about accessibility, I had in my notes, unfortunately, I forgot to mention, this is also a huge problem. If our buildings or information we are providing is accessible for the persons with disabilities, and I will share one bad example from my practice. Our office, when we are trying to find a hotel or like a conference room to conduct trainings or conferences, we are always asking to have accessibility issues in place. And we've been criticized by the state audit office why we are asking accessible places if we are not inviting persons with disabilities, because these kind of places cost much, the money is more needed, because in Georgia we have this problem, and if hotel is accessible for the persons with disabilities, it's the price is higher. So we've been criticized for this, but still we are doing this practice. We are following this practice because we don't know in each and every meeting if the persons with disabilities will join or not. So we have to be ready for this. So it's a very bad example, but a very clear example how the state bodies see this issue in practice. And in most of the cases, NHRIs are state bodies. So we have to follow all the rules, like financial procedures or other rules created for the governmental state bodies. So sometimes we have this kind of problems in practice also.
Oh, that's very interesting.
Yeah.
We have time for Radosh to ask a question.
Thank you so much for this important piece of the research, Colin. I'm wondering, do you have any views and did you have any findings regarding the independence of NHRIs? Because I'm wondering what happens when NHRIs are not truly independent. Because what happens in Serbia is that the democracy significantly dropped, and also the ombudsman came under the significant political influence by the party who has the majority in parliament and who has put him in place. So what happens is they designated ombudsman office to be the independent monitoring mechanism. But yeah, now the question is they are planning to revoke his A status, A license, right? So because the independence came in question. So I'm wondering, what are the prospects of such mechanism operating in truly independent manner?
Thanks, Radosh. Great question. And something that came up quite a bit in my research about what does it actually mean to be independent. So in terms of national human rights institutions, what marks them out as being independent is they have gone through the Global Alliance of National Human Rights Institutions accreditation process at the UN, which is supported by the OHCHR. But my difficulty with that process is that it's almost like a textbook analysis of the NHRI, where it looks at their legal structure and their funding. So unless there's been some changes that clearly impact on that, the fiscal independence or the political independence of an NHRI, it's difficult for them to raise concerns. And I think that process needs to be more participative and needs to scrutinize more closely what it means to be independent. Because the one thing that came back over and over again whenever I was engaging with DPOs was that independence, there has to be a culture of independence within an NHRI and within its commissioners and chief commissioner for it to be effective as an independent body. So I'd like to see that accreditation process opening up so that civil society organizations and DPOs, where they have concerns, can raise those concerns through that process, and then they can be addressed by that UN-backed system.
Good. As we are just within our time, I suggest that we will take a 30-second, 1-minute break to give ourselves, right, and we'll see whether Rosemary is online. So Rosemary's online. So we're going to progress in the order that's on the program. We can just carry on with that. So we'll just take 1 minute and then we'll start again. It's entirely up to you. Yeah, so we'll do the same format. That works quite well. Well done, Colin.
So what stage are you at now?
Good. We'll make a start again. Hi, Rosemary. Great to see you. So we're going to move on to our second research project. Our second researcher, Han, and again, we'll ask Han to introduce herself and to introduce the emerging findings from her project for ideally not more than 10 minutes. And then we'll invite Rosemary to respond in whatever way she wants to, and then we'll open it up to the audience, and then we'll stop at past, and then we'll move on to the third one. So welcome, Han.
Thank you, Mark. Hello, so I'm Han, I'm ESR 15 from Faculty of Law of Maastricht University in the Netherlands. So I'm going to introduce some of my initial PhD study findings and love to hear your comments. My study is titled Collective Voice in the Global Arena, Interaction between European Organizations of Persons with Disabilities and the United Nations. So my PhD study is a multidisciplinary social legal study. I aim to examine the outcome and results of interactions between national organizations of persons with disabilities in 24 European countries, or I call them the European OPDs, and 3 UN human rights bodies or procedures with a view to monitoring the national implementation of the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, or the UNCRPD. So my main research question is that whether, and if so, how European OPDs have successfully interacted with 3 UN bodies with a view to monitor the national implementation of human rights in alignment with the CRPD. So I hope to understand what international impact these OPDs have, and if such impact translated into domestic practice. But today, the initial findings I'd like to present focus on the result of examining European OPDs' participation in the state reporting procedure under the UN CRPD committee. And my study attempts to understand if European OPDs have achieved an impact on the state reporting procedure. And so, as you can see in the PowerPoint present here, there's some research findings. So first, how are my research findings innovative? So I find that existing research mainly focused on the role of disability movement in national and international legislation making, especially during the drafting of the CRPD. However, there's only limited evidence and systematic research explained how European OPDs participation and contribution to the UN human rights system in the post-CRPD era, and whether such efforts lead to substantial changes among European countries. And in terms of European OPDs participation in the CRPD state reporting procedure, As I will explain later, my study revealed related and probably essential states obligations enshrined in the CRPD Article 4.3 with Article 33, and it reveals that these OPDs have influenced the result of state reporting and identify some stakeholders and factors that could promote or hinder the successful participation in state reporting process. So I list 5 key findings here. The first finding refers to the normative framework and the state party obligations defined in the CRPD Article 4.3 in conjunction with Article 33, provide, I believe, the foundation of OPD's effective participation in the state reporting procedure. Because together with the later interpretation of the CRPD committee, these 2 articles, when implemented fully, they ensure OPD's participation in the national implementation and monitoring mechanisms. But more importantly, these 2 articles further require states to support OPDs and ensure their independence, access to data, and authentic representation in the participation process, which are also crucial to OPD's involvement in the CRPD monitoring on the international level. So my second cluster of findings, as you can see from point 2 to 5, concern European OPD's interactions with the CRPD committee in state reporting and their broad impact. My study revealed that OPDs from most European states, especially the national umbrella OPDs or the National Disability Councils, have actively engaged in the state reporting procedure through shadow reporting, briefings, and other formal and informal advocacy activities with the support from OPDs from European and international level, mainly like European Disability Forum and International Disability Alliance. Their input, the national European OPD's input was valued, prioritized, and sometimes cited by the CRPD committee in official documents like list of issues and concluding observations, as I find in some cases. So on the other hand, several issues in the national disability movement and the UN reporting system emerged from my study. The last point, as you can see in my slide, I was newly added. It's not in the submission if you read the text in the booklet, but I added because I assume my respondents will find it interesting. So related to finding point 4, my study found that in a couple European states, they have more individual OPDs participated in the CRPD reporting procedures, mainly from shadow reporting rather than collectively when compared to other states, some other states. My empirical research showed that some individual OPDs decided to participate in the state reporting procedure in these countries as they considered the main national OPD coalition failed to include them or represent their interests. So hence the authentic representation issue I listed in the finding point. In addition, a large amount of OPDs may participate in the procedure due to the fragmentation in the national movement, which means that there's simply no correlation between OPDs can be formed for shadow reporting activities. This issue I found was very prominent in the UK's first review, as hundreds, if not thousands of documents were submitted to the CRPD committee, mostly the shadow reports. And secondly, my study also revealed potential issues relating to the state reporting procedure. As the supporting staff from the UN Human Rights High Commissioner Office and some of the committee members have been working on the limited resources, which might contribute to the fact that a considerable backlog in the state reviews and inadequate support provided to OPD's representative who attend the CRPD sessions. From literature review, I think this issue is probably not limited to the CRPD state reporting, but widely exists in the UN reporting system. So based on my findings, I think the most urgent change is needed for some European states to design or reform their system to allocate support and resource, especially funding, to OPDs without compromising their independence. I think special attention should be given to self-advocacy OPDs and OPDs working intersectional issues such as women and children with disabilities. As Professor Quinn's presentation this morning, he also mentioned like intersectionality is the future of our work. And another change I'd like to see, which resonate, I think, Colin's finding, is that I'd like to see the national human rights bodies in European states to unlock their potential in assisting OPDs capacity building in participating in UN mechanism to monitor the CRPD if they haven't done so. National human rights bodies among some European states, including the NHRIs and equality bodies, are often equipped with more stable resources and long experience in dealing with the UN system compared to OPDs. And their input is also valued by the CRPD committee, as they also often referred or cited in the official documents, as I found. And the last change I think is needed, but probably needs more time, is the reform in the UN to provide adequate resource to the CRPD committee to conduct their tasks. It's probably also necessary to keep mainstreaming disability in the UN system to promote the importance of accessibility and reasonable accommodations in all the UN, and most importantly, the CRPD sessions. So I believe my research can provide a theoretical legal interpretation and a practical guidance to OPDs interested in participating in the CRPD state reporting, but looking for reasons, working methods, or potential allies to work with. I also think my research will benefit policymakers, legislators, national human rights bodies, UN human rights bodies, and other civil society actors who are keen on collaborating with OPDs in the national and international monitoring among EU member states, or seeking to build better partnership with these organizations. And lastly, personally, I'd love to work more with OPDs, national human rights bodies, and other stakeholders to identify further and appropriate supports for OPDs in a specific country context to ensure the implementation of Article 4.3 in conjunction of Article 33 of the CRPD, and to better facilitate OPDs' participation in state reporting procedure and probably other interactions with human system in general, UN system in general. Thank you. That's my presentation.
Thank you, Han. So we now have the possibility, I think, to go over to Rosemary, if we're able to unmute Rosemary and bring her in. Hi, Rosemary. Great to see you. We can hear you now. It's great.
Okay. I could make some trite pop culture reference and say nobody puts Rosemary on mute, but I won't. Thank you very much, and thank you, Han, for your presentation. And I was really interested to read your summary and the scoping of your research. And I'm very much intrigued to discuss. I'm really intrigued to find out more about it, and it was good you were able to highlight that extra point in your slides that wasn't included in the booklet. I have a series of questions, but first of all, I will talk about the positives. I mean, you're quite right. This is of significant importance. I mean, the work of the treaty body systems is only underscored by the issues that civil society brings before it. States parties will bring what is requested of them in their state reporting process, but it's only through civil society that we are able to gather evidence of what states parties don't report. And that is an incredibly important element of the process of monitoring international human rights. I seem to have lost all Zoom.
We can hear you, Rosemary.
But you can still hear me? Okay, yeah. I can't see any of you or the shared screen, so I'll just keep carrying on regardless. What I would like to ask, and you raised this point, and it's typical of Gerard Quinn coming in early in the morning and stealing my thunder. You point to a legal, doctrinal and empirical research finding to indicate that the normative framework around states parties' obligation is defined in 4.3. I suppose what I want to ask about the doctrinal question is, how does that relate? If you look at the legal construction of the requirements of the obligations under 4.3 and 33.3, but you look at it within the entirety of the interpretive matrix of the convention, so looking at the purpose and the objective of the convention, how do you equate and how do you measure and how do you evaluate what the doctrinal evidence is for the obligation? So if we look at civil society structure in the way that it relates to the UN Committee as we see it today, it's very much made up of either organisations of diagnostic groups or umbrella organisations made up of diagnostic groups. Yet the convention in no way refers to diagnostic groups except for in 2 or 3 very, very limited situations, and they are very specific situations. The framework of the human rights model of disability that is established by the convention very much speaks to the experience of impairment, not the diagnosis of impairment. So when we talk about diagnostic groups such as intellectual disability or psychosocial disability or vision impaired people or hearing impaired people, we're talking about a diagnostic group. We are not talking about what the human rights issues are. CRPD is framed around the human rights issues. So my question is, how will your research address and evaluate the doctrinal framework or the legal construction of 4.3 and 33.3 and participation by civil society in the work of the committee? The other question that I have is, does that influence the framework in terms of the legal grounding of the PhD? So in what way do you see the process of human rights, the existence, the framework of international human rights as we have known and understood it for the last 60 years, what does that mean about civil society participation? And what does that mean in the context of Articles 4.3 and 33.3 and the engagement of civil society and in particular people with disabilities with the CRPD and with other committees? My other question that I wanted to raise is, what role does treaty body strengthening play in the analysis of the engagement of civil society, i.e. people with disabilities, with the committee processes? There's been an extensive review process happening within the United Nations over the last 20 years really, but the last 8 years in a focused way that is evaluating and proposing mechanisms by which to strengthen treaty body practice. To what extent is that process informing or critiquing? Are you critiquing that process in terms of the way in which people with disabilities can engage with the committee? Those 3 areas, I think, are critical areas that need to be answered before we can get a true assessment that can provide answers that raises questions about how civil society should be framed at the domestic level and at the international level, and how they can most meaningfully engage with the committee or the treaty body system as a whole. I raise these in terms of a bit like, as you indicated, Jared called it this morning, intersectionality is the future. But the only reason that intersectionality is the future is because I believe it is the nature of the CRPD. And we need to go back to that legal construction as a first pillar and structure everything around that. In terms of questions that are raised around engagement at the domestic level and how regional structures and domestic structures incorporate civil society engagement. If we come back to both 4.3, if we come back to 4.3, we can see elements of that set up a disconnect with what states see as the jurisprudence and the legal framework. How do you deal with and how do you argue the obligations on states in terms of the solid jurisprudence, what is seen as jurisprudence by states and what is seen as jurisprudence more broadly, i.e. general comments. And I'd be interested in yours or other people's thoughts on those issues.
That's great, Rosemary. Thanks a million. Lots of interesting questions there, both around the kind of legal foundation and interpretation, lots of things to think about, but also just about the capacity of the treaty mechanisms to be able to incorporate these things. And I think, there's also the wider question about representation. How organizations are able to represent the collective voice of disabled people in an environment of intersectionality. And Rosemary raised this really interesting question about diagnostic groups and that being perhaps not an appropriate way to do it, but what are the appropriate mechanisms? So lots to think about. And I've given you 30 seconds of my talking to consider those. Sorry. Do you want to respond or do you want to take a question from the floor?
Yeah, I think I can respond.
Yeah, okay, so I'll let Han respond and then we'll see if we can take a question from the floor as well. Go.
Thank you, Rosemary. That's very interesting and challenging questions. I'm afraid I don't have answers to all of that, but they're very valuable input that helped me to work more on my next stage of analysis and drafting the thesis. I think I would address a couple of the questions you mentioned. I think you mentioned a question, the second question on the process of international human rights system and what does it mean for civil society in the context of Article 4.3 and Article 33. I think from my empirical research, I really find many OPDs in European countries, they take the international, the UN forum as a way for them to leverage their political impact on the national level, or as an outlet if they don't have any means to participate in national mechanisms. So for them, I think it's really important because their OPD representatives I interviewed, they just simply were not engaged in any national participation or consultation process. So for them, the UN mechanism is the only way they can engage and they can have their voice heard. So it's really important for them. So I think that's just to respond to that. and also respond a bit to the role of treaty bodies in how they engage with the civil societies. I think particular in the case of the CRPD committee, I think apart from the official review, including a closed session in each review, actually the CRPD committee, they use lots of their personal times, and there are lots of work that have been done informally between the CRPD member, especially the country rapporteur, when it comes to the country review, that they spend lots of time interact with OPDs and really try to listen to them and understand what's going on in the country. And I think even though that's not part of the official process, it's very important and meaningful for OPD's engagement when it comes to the state reporting process. I think I will stop here and maybe take some more questions. Thank you very much.
Great. So maybe we could take one or two questions or comments, contributions from the floor. Don't be shy. Teresa. And of course, Teresa, as a member of the committee, has been on the other side of this equation.
Hi, it's great to see you, Rosemary, and thank you, Han, for your exceptionally well done research on this important issue. We really need to understand how civil society, and especially OPDs or DPOs, how I call them, can work efficiently in order on the international level to get their voices heard and their human rights respected and implemented. I think you have raised so many important issues, and I wonder whether, especially the issue of intersectionality, as well as experiencing impairment as versus diagnosis of impairment, whether the answers to the questions in relation to these issues we can find in the general comment number 7 on participation, meaningful participation of disabled people according to Article 33.3. I think there is a lot of we can find a lot of answers, especially when it comes to who is a legitimate representative of people with disabilities, according to the committee's view, at least at that time when the general comment was adopted, as well as the importance of taking an intersectional approach. Thank you.
And sorry, we have a question at the back. Yeah.
Hiya, I'm Jonas. I work for Human Rights Watch. Thank you so much for presenting the study and the work. I have a very, I would say, practical question nowadays in times of COVID-19. I'm wondering to what extent you managed to look at in your work how the pandemic has maybe hindered or maybe even facilitated engagement with the CRPD committee, not only when it comes to engagement during the review process, but also the information that is provided in the shadow reports, for example, because maybe the information that we try to submit, is maybe not, sometimes challenged, and also not maybe the most updated because, we just face different challenges coming with the pandemic. So I'm wondering how that might have been reflected in the work or from your interviews and the experiences. And maybe also the question to the CRPD committee, to what extent maybe the pandemic has also led to an even greater reliance on civil society involvement, on civil society participation to actually know sort of the most pertinent issues when looking at a country and going into the country review? Thank you.
I think given the short time available and the topicality of that question, maybe you would like to just respond to that one?
Yeah, but because my research basically is done during the pandemic, so that's definitely a question or issue that the OPD representatives I interviewed raise. I think it brings some challenges and as well as opportunities. According to the answers I heard, for some OPDs, they really miss the opportunities to interact with the CRPD committee members in person. And they find that kind of informal conversation is really important for them. And for some people with disabilities, it's important they have the private conversation with the committee member for them to feel comfortable. But for some OPDs also I talked to, they actually welcome the fact that the review, for example, was mostly held online, because for them, the cost to Geneva is really huge and they just simply cannot go there before. And now because the review is online, so they actually have the opportunities to engage in the review and talk to the country rapporteur. And also for some of them, they feel like it's actually less complicated for them, for those who have been to Geneva but didn't really have a good experience, because considering how complicated it was and have to talk to people, etc. And you have a question about CRPD committee. I don't know if Rosemary want to respond on that.
We have 1 minute available.
The COVID experience has definitely demonstrated exactly what Anna has just talked about, the fact that in some respects it's made it more difficult to be able to have what is a meaningful dialogue with states, but what it has done is it's opened up many opportunities for civil society to engage with the committee that weren't there before. So remote connection gave civil society participants that couldn't afford to come to Geneva the ability to be able to engage with Geneva. The problem is we keep a Eurocentric focus in terms of time zone, and that made it difficult for some civil society. The Asia Pacific was definitely locked out of that process, and so that was the downturn.
That's a great point, Rosemary. Yeah, that's one we were discussing just before we started. Yeah, excellent. Good, thank you so much. We're going to move on to our third research project now. George, so again, I'm going to let George introduce himself and introduce the findings, and then we'll come to Ruth and then come to the discussion. So we're just going to swap the screen displays slightly. George.
Thank you so much, Mark, and hello, everyone. So my name is Georges Magnic, and my research is on inclusion and participation of persons with disabilities in international development programs. And I'm looking specifically at programs that are funded by European Union and in Mozambique. So as my colleagues, I'm also applying a legal analysis, but also I'm gathering empirical data from persons with disabilities, but also other stakeholders that are involved in the implementation of those programs. So as you know, the EU is involved, supports several projects, several programs. So wouldn't be possible for me to look at all of those. So I just selected two. One of them is on social protection, which is implemented by local civil society organization. And another one is on gender-based violence, which is a global project. And Mozambique is one of the countries that implements the project. So what I'm trying really to understand is what are the barriers and facilitators of participation of persons with disabilities in those programs in one hand, but on another hand is to also understand within the disability community, what are the groups, either empowerment types or groups such as women's disabilities and so on and so forth, that have more opportunities to participate and those that have less opportunities to participate. So today I have 5 findings that I would like to share with you. I'm still going through the data that I've gathered. So it's not all, this is just the minimum of that. So the first finding has to do with, I found out that, well, we know for so many years now that poverty and disabilities are intrinsically related or connected. But poverty in particular affects the ability of persons with disabilities to participate. And even more to women, and I'm referring the ability of women with disabilities, but women without disability as well. So I'm talking about women without disabilities who have, let's say, children or someone to take care of with disabilities. So because of their material conditions, they are faced with very difficult decisions on whether to attend, let's say, a local meeting, a local community meeting, or participate in an activity of a particular project, and let's say to go to a market to sell products and be able to have something to eat in that day, or to go to the field to grow crops and so on and so forth. So those are very, or even, I mean, whether to go to the meetings or to take the children to school, you know, because sometimes they have to take them on the back, you know, to be able to and travel long distances, right, to go to school. So those are real and difficult decisions that they have made. And sometimes the decision whether to go to a particular meeting or not depends on the incentives that are available, you know. So is there, you know, some kind of payment, you know, that they will get by attending that meeting? Of course, not a payment to buy their participation, but let's say to be able to travel, you know, transport, and even to compensate for the fact that they didn't engage in local business or went to the field to be able to have food on the table that day. So those are some of the things that are part of the equation when it comes to the decision whether to participate or not. The second finding has to do with, well, what I call the value, the respect that the community have in relation to a particular person or a group. And a group, let's say a group of persons with disabilities or a particular person with disabilities. So that also affects the ability of persons with disabilities to participate in places where, for some reasons, they are respected, you know, they are valued, they have more chances, you know, to be able to have information about a particular meeting that takes place, or even to be nominated, you know, to participate in one of the forums, one of the projects that I'm looking at. They set up what they call social protection committees, right? So, and people, to be able to be part of these committees, they are appointed, they are chosen based on, you know, the respect that the community has. So, so this is very important, and often we find out that community, the society, you know, see persons with disabilities as less capable of performing or representing on particular issues. So that also keeps them outside of spaces of participation, and this may be really important for particular types of persons with disabilities. Let's say persons with psychosocial disabilities. They are even more, there are a lot of stigma associated psychosocial disability than persons with, let's say, physical disabilities. They will still be, you know, indicated or nominated to participate in some of this. So in terms of at institutional level, you know, from looking at the decisions and the policies that are in place within the EU, but also in relation to external action programs, but also in Mozambique. What my research shows is that there's limited understanding of what I call the political economy of the civil society in general, but also of the disability movement. So what do I mean by that? You know, the fact that when we talk about civil society, sometimes we are talking about groups, you know, other rights groups, excluding persons with disabilities or the disability movement. So somehow disability movement is still marginalized from the mainstream civil society. So, and this is very important when you set up projects, development projects, and you engage local civil society to participate in the implementation. Because if you have that understanding, you will take additional steps to make sure that groups representing persons with disabilities are also part of the implementers, also part of the people leading the implementation of the project. The other finding has to do with that. I'm sure we all agree on this, which is a chronic issue. So what I found out is, well, although these projects have a particular commitment to leave no one behind, there's no data, neither monitoring system that enables them to capture, you know, disaggregated data and process and make sense of that, you know, of that data. So the ability to say how many persons with disabilities and which type of disabilities are participating, how many persons with disabilities are benefiting from these projects. It's not possible to say looking from the data that the project is gathering. I mean, they can present that on perhaps on other dimensions, women's, youth, and so on, but not on disability. They will just say, no, but we are working with persons with disability, but they will not be able to say more or less objectively to which extent. My last point has to do what I call, I mean, the limited understanding of what it means to be disability inclusive. So again, these projects have this commitment to leave no one behind, but I will just give an example on when it comes to gender-based violence. You know, they have this commitment not to leave no one behind, to make sure that women's disabilities are included, but there's no reflection in there on how issues of gender-based violence affect particularly women and girls with disabilities. And of course, this is also linked with other thing, which is lack of research on disability and on these particular areas, because some of that rationale is not in there because simply we don't know. You know, there's no, we can do some proxy, but there's no research to back up, you know, and some of these projects. So those are some of the findings I wanted to share. So I'll stop here. Thank you.
That's great. Thank you so much. And so just to welcome Ruth from the EU Cord Network, again, who's really well suited to respond to this particular project.
Great. Hello, good afternoon. And yeah, I just want to thank you for actually picking a research project that looks at the international dimension and aspect of EU policy, because that's an area that I'm interested in. So it's great to have this opportunity to respond to your research project. Just by way of introduction, I work for a network called EU Cord, which is a network of European Christian relief and development organizations. But I'm also a board member of IDDC, which is the International Disability and Development Consortium. So that would be NGOs, networks, disabled people's organizations who are working in the field of international cooperation and humanitarian action, looking at the rights and implementation of the CRPD sort of within an international context. So I suppose that's my background and legitimacy for being here. I've been working in this field for about 20 years, so a mixture of I started working in the Caucasus, Central Asia, a little bit in Africa, and then the last 10 years has been more focused on being based in Brussels, working on advocacy and working with IDDC and EDF on implementation of the CRPD and an external dimension. And that's probably a good place to start because Jorge, you mentioned, I think one of the things you had in your summary was the fact that the EU sort of has its policy pledges and guidelines in place. And I think that's probably an important start, because I think at that level, we have a good framework and a good basis for the external action to be compliant and to be upholding rights, to have a rights-based approach and to be fully inclusive. So that's always the first step. And I think that's positive, although I think I was still disappointed that when we had the new instrument for the EU's external action, the Global Europe instrument, that we still had to advocate that the reference to the UN CRPD was present in that legislative framework at a high enough level so that it was going to cover the whole of the EU's external action. And I think maybe that sort of the other broad comment on how the EU works externally is that I would say maybe we have sort of the two broad modalities for how the work takes place. We have in a sense, you've looked at the elements which are slightly easier to track, and I don't mean that in a negative way, but actually, if we look at how sort of grants and sort of very, very specific projects are implemented through civil society, that we stand a chance of being able to review these and have a sense of things like how data collection is working and to what extent inclusion is happening. And the element which is much harder would be the funding that goes through things like the European investment banks and funding that goes directly to national governments, where we have less oversight on what happens with the big infrastructure projects, road building, large constructions. So to what extent those are going to be sort of compliant. And I think that's sort of too big a scope for your project. Perhaps that could be a future study for you to undertake. But I just wanted to put that on the table. Coming back to the sort of the points that you looked at, I'm not going to go into them all, but maybe just a few things that struck me. I was really interested in the discussion that we had from the first sort of early today about the dominant policy narratives, because I think that's quite pertinent in this case here, where I see that we have a context where we can say, yes, we have policy frameworks, and yes, in theory, we have tools, we have commitments, we have toolkits, but if we're not changing, or what do we understand, or what do we see to be at the EU level as the underlying policy narrative that we're actually trying to change, or what's the narrative that maybe is not true, that's being continued, that actually means that the policies, the frameworks, and these things which in theory should be giving us more disability inclusive development action aren't actually being implemented or being felt. And it'd be really interesting if you could maybe if you could include some reflection on that in your study as you continue the write-up. So maybe just checking my time. Okay, maybe just a sort of a few points. I thought that your yeah, I think your point on poverty is really interesting, also because it's a word that actually we tend not to use anymore, because we talk a lot more about sort of inequalities and inequality gap. But I think it's interesting to come back to this word of poverty itself and the impacts of poverty and how that is affecting the decisions and the ability of people. And you use the word, I mean, you specifically looking at women in terms of how they participate and the issues of subsidies and incentives. I think as a practitioner, that's been very difficult for us, partly because I think that our donors, so in this case, the EU, tend to want us not to offer subsidies for people to participate in activities which they would see as being sort of community development, community related. And they would question us on things like sustainability and how are you going to build, these issues of sustainability going forward. So I think having sort of more reflections of what you think that could look like and how that might work in practice would be very helpful. You also very correctly look at sort of the whole data monitoring issue. I was actually a bit depressed to hear that data wasn't being collected, because I think it signifies that if that level of data is not being collected in a project which is targeting social protection, then it means that even less data is being collected on inclusion of persons with disabilities in sort of, let's say, I won't say maybe more generic type of livelihoods projects or other types of projects. And maybe, and I think there it's probably the need to say, well, why, we can say, why is this data collection important? But obviously that why question still needs to be there. And so why is the data, why is it important? Why is it important to the people running the projects? Why is it important to the governments who then might sort of be looking at the policy recommendations or taking things on the project forward? And then to what level of data desegregation is needed? Because we're also looking at countries where many countries where data collection is already very difficult and not very easy for these sort of offices of statistics and others. So I think that getting that why message and is going to be important. I want to say a little bit in my remaining minute about intersectionality, because that's come up a few times, and you mentioned that in terms of women. And I think that there my reflection is that sort of in my experience, we're not doing intersectionality very well. So we talk about it. And at the moment, our idea of intersectionality as well will maybe go to a meeting that's run by maybe a women's group or a part of a women's network. And our approach is to say, and disability, or we'll go to something to do with climate, and then we'll say, and disability. And so it's not, for me, my reflection is that we're not truly being intersectional. And I think it's sort of an interesting reflection on how do we do that in a deeper and in a more considered way, rather than it's just of a very tokenistic way. And then I'm just trying to also look at my notes. So yeah, and maybe it's sort of a question for you is sort of interesting to me, sort of who is the target for the PhD or for the target of recommendations. And I'm thinking about how do we actually drive real change, and where does that change happen? And I was speaking to someone yesterday. We've read a great book called 4,000 Weeks. So you should all read it. It's very good. And one of the things that the author says at the end of that book, he talks about we should maybe live without hope. And he says that hope can be a dangerous word, because if we have a hope, we have a belief that maybe the government or the UN or the EU or somebody else can affect change. But actually, if we don't have hope, then what it drives us to do is is to more take on that responsibility for being agents of change ourselves. And so I wonder that often when we write recommendations, we make recommendations for the other. So when I say other, I mean, I'm thinking for the EU, for the Commission. And we might have a few recommendations for civil society, but we kind of put them in there so the report looks a bit balanced. But I wonder that if we have recommendations which are then really targeting civil society, and I mean, if you're looking at these projects, I imagine it was the civil society actors that are implementing. It's the civil society actors are the ones that aren't putting in the data collection, or they're not the ones that are really sort of looking maybe seriously at this areas of intersection. So I'm being self-critical here. So maybe there's an element of how we maybe flip recommendations and yeah, maybe address how if we have no hope, then how would we actually take things forward for a different, maybe a more innovative way of trying to drive change. And I'll stop there.
Thank you, Ruth. Good, excellent. It's great to see this kind of critical dialogue with our researchers and the kind of confidence in which they're engaging with that. George, what would you like to do? Would you like to respond to any of those things? Would you like to take a question from the floor? Or
yeah, I think I'll just address so that they don't forget some of the questions and comments. So thank you so much, Ruth, for this very important questions. So perhaps the first comment I wanted to address is on you know, the fact that the projects that I choose. So actually, that was one of the elements that I took into account, is to choose projects and programs that I can find with relatively easy information. So I wouldn't go for the projects, some of the ones that you mentioned, because that's really difficult. Yeah. So in relation to so the issue of the narrative, the policy narrative, I really agree with you that you know, when you read the policies, the commitment is there. You know, there are even actions, you know, clear actions defined, although not at the level that we want. If we compare with other groups, let's say women's and so on and so forth, then the other question will be, this is the benchmark or not, but this is a discussion for other day. But still, it gives us, you know, some kind of reference. So the commitment is there. So what, in my view, I think there are two things. So one is to back up that policy narrative, the commitment, with really means. So make sure that delegations, EU delegations, and even at the Brussels level, there are people, you know, dedicated to that, to do this work. And in many countries, and in particular in Mozambique, you find out that the disability issues is often attached to the women's department or children's department. There's one, and there's no expertise. So the expertise there is for other things, women's and those other groups, but not disability. And they are honest on this. So when we talk with the delegations, right? So so this is one thing, and the other thing is, I guess I would say, policy coherence, perhaps. So you have now the new EU disability strategy, and around the same time, at least in Mozambique, they approved the new country program for the next 7 years. But there's a huge disconnect. You know, they of course talk about, you know, moving forward agenda, the disability rights agenda, but you don't see this yet. When you read the disability strategy, the EU delegations are called to play a significant role on its implementation, in its on external action dimension. So I think those two issues that you know, we have to have there to be able to back the policy, you know, commitment and narrative. On poverty, inequality, and you know, and the issues of participation. So this is a difficult one. So I talk about incentives, and I guess incentives can be anything. But I only think that's something we have to address. You know, this is a practical thing that prevents persons with disabilities to participate, you know. And this is, I'm not talking about people that they don't, you know, really engage and committed, you know, and to do activism and so on. There are people that have been doing this for several years on voluntary basis, you know, they're not even professionals and so on and so forth. But these are the real issues, you know, that that really prevents their ability to participate. And if we want to talk about, you know, participation of women with disabilities, girls with disabilities, and so on, we really have to pay attention to that. So, what incentives are those? That's, but I think we have to think about those incentives. So on that, I'm not sure if I understood well this question, but I guess one the more sophisticated kind of data, you know, the statistics, those collected by National Statistic Office. There's you know, they don't do it often. So in the case of Mozambique, they do it in 10 years. So the last one was in 2017. So the next one will be, I mean, 5 years or something like that. And we missed the opportunity of the previous one. So but that's important. But I think administrative data, you know, those collected at sectorial level in the education sector, you know, justice and so on and so on, they're really important for day-to-day, you know, access to services and so on and so forth. Those are very important. So who are the target of my PhD? I mean, I guess they're, I mean, a bit of all of, you know, relevant stakeholders. One, I didn't say that, but the Spotlight initiative, which is one on gender-based violence, it's implemented by UN agencies. So those are the leading ones. And then they have local civil society doing the work. But it's the same story. Although there's a disability strategy, you know, that exists at the UN level, that oblige these agencies, you know, to make sure that there's a data disaggregated and so on and so forth. So it includes EU, the government, civil society as well. But most importantly is for those who have money, because they are the ones that most of the time dictate what actually is collected and what actually have to be reported. Yeah.
That's great, George. So fantastic, and just lovely to see this kind of critical dialogue and exchange between our researchers and the rapporteurs. Sounds fantastic. We have used the time that was made available and the time for the sign language interpreters we have used graciously. So, so just to conclude, so thanks to our 3 researchers for being really well organized, really well presented and really clear. That's fantastic. And to our respondents for being so critical and just for devoting the time to engage with our researchers in preparing for this and responding. It's fantastic. And I think there's a number of sort of common themes that come through that, the kind of barriers to participation for disabled people, whether that's at a level of a program or engaging with national institutions or engaging with international mechanisms, you know, and those barriers include access to resources and just that problem of representation. Who has the voice and the representation for disabled people in these debates, and how do we do that whilst also recognizing intersectionality? It's a real challenge. But the last point, I think, you know, who is this research directed to? You know, Jerry talked about change as being a key strategy. Where is the change? Who are the change makers? How do you communicate your recommendations from the research to those targeting those change makers? Thanks for that question. I think that's a really good one. So thank you. That's the end of the session and time for lunch. Great. Thank you.
This is session 2A on intersectionality. And We will, in this session, in this 2-hour session, we will hear the findings of 4 early stage researchers on their research in relation to intersectionality, a subject or an issue. At this conference, we have heard some very important insights about. I heard one scholar say the future of human rights research and policy is intersectionality. And I have heard another scholar saying the nature of the CRPD is intersectionality. So with this great insights, we will start the sessions, and each an early stage researcher has 10 minutes time and I would like to ask to introduce yourself shortly, and then introduce your findings, and then I will hand over to a respondent who also has 10 minutes time, and we have some time for questions and answers before we move on to the next early stage researcher. And so the first one is Rados Karabica, who will talk about disabled children's participation in healthcare decision-making. Rados, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Teresa, for this introduction. As Teresa said, I'm Rados. I'm based in Leeds. I'm working in the Center for Disability Studies. And in my PhD research, I wanted to focus on disabled children's participation in healthcare decision-making. And when I say healthcare decision-making, I mean individual medical treatment-related decisions, because I wanted to see to what extent disabled children have their say and to what extent they are consulted by adults when decisions about certain treatments related to their impairments are made in their childhood. Because as we all know, disabled childhoods are pretty much pathologized, and there is a lot of impetus by medical professionals to do something about the impairment, to try to ameliorate the effects of the impairment, or to try to cure it in a way. So my focus was orthopedic surgeries, elective orthopedic surgeries, because that allowed me to explore the range of impairments, because orthopedic surgeries are sought as a solution for a wide range of impairments, ranging from cerebral palsy, different kinds of neuromusculoskeletal disorders, or different kinds of deformities of bones. So in my research, I talked with 8 families in England, 8 families in Serbia, interviewed parents and disabled children, including the ones with intellectual impairments. And I wanted to see what are their experiences when they use healthcare services and when they deliberate about possibility of surgical treatments. I also did a bit of legal analysis, because I wanted to see what are the international human rights standards in the area of child participation. And that led me to explore the synergy or intersection between the Convention on the Rights of People with Disabilities and Convention on the Rights of the Child. And one of my first findings is evidence of difference between how the Convention on the Rights of the Child and the Committee on the Rights of the Child approaches the child participation. Because what Convention on the Rights of the Child is saying that not all children have the right to participate in all matters that affect their lives, but those children who have the capacity to form their view. So the issue was to see what the capacity is and what is the understanding of the notion of capacity. Further, the adults should involve children and give them some influence on the final decision in accordance with their age and maturity. So there was the also issue to explore what is the understanding of those committees, what maturity is, how do we know when the child is mature to exert some influence on the final decision. So what CRC committee understands that maturity is that it is maturity is when the child is expressing itself in a reasonably independent manner. So there is this expectation that if the child exhibits this adult-like capacity and eloquent and adult form of communication, that's when the child is mature. And that is particularly problematic for disabled children, especially those with intellectual impairments. And then that's something that is absent from the Convention on the rights of people with disability. There is no this conditioning that only those who have the capacity can participate. And there is emphasis to provide disability and age-appropriate accommodations. So there is relationality and the emphasis on support and the actually capacity of adults to provide support to children to participate effectively. So what I found when it comes to practice of participation and the experience of families is that participation is not standardized across the healthcare system. So it largely depends on the well-meaning individual healthcare service providers, doctors and physicians. So those who have the intention or who have the inclination to allow children to participate, to ask them questions about their symptoms, to allow them to have their say in the decision. Those were the instances when children were informed and participated to some extent. But most often than not, there were almost any involvement of children and no inclination of healthcare professionals, especially in Serbia, to involve children. In England, it was noticeable that even sometimes assistive technologies are used, like animated films which present to children how the medical procedure looks like, how the surgical theater looks like. And there were instances where children booklets were used, but for example, when Teddy Bear is presented as a patient. So there were child-friendly materials used to help children understand what's going on. But the group who was mostly excluded from participation were the ones with intellectual impairments, because the perception of both parents and healthcare professionals were that there was no point to talk with children with intellectual impairments, but because they wouldn't understand what's going on, so they were not even informed. Because when we talk about participation, it is important to understand that it is not just about being a decider and making a decision. It is about being informed, being allowed to express the views or ask questions, engage in a dialogue, and exert some influence on the decision, and as ultimate form, making the decision for yourself, which is the possibility to give consent. So usually law regulates when is the age limit when the child can give the consent. So what I also found during the research is that families get socialized into thinking about disability as a deficit, because from the point when the family get a disabled child, from the very onset of disability, they, through the encounters with healthcare professionals, they tend to start thinking about the cure, about the possibility of interventions, eradicating the impairment. So that leads people to even seek the interventions which don't have the evidence that will be successful. So most of these children, they had multiple interventions through their childhood, some of them 8, 9, 10 surgeries. And I always ask them to pinpoint the benefit of the surgery, what changed for the better, what was increased in terms of functionality. And they were not able always to pinpoint the clear evidence, but they were saying, well, even if we didn't see the evidence, maybe it will be. So we will continue with those surgeries because we trust in the power of the medicine. So that was really interesting how people perceive this potential of medicine, even when they're lacking the clear evidence that something is changing for the better. So the surgery was very disruptive to families' lives, because the children spend so much time in the hospital. They take away the time from their friends, from school, from other social activities. Families do spend a lot of money, and it's financially straining for them to having to leave the job and spend the time with the child in the hospital. And they even, when they can't assess the surgery through the public healthcare, they even fundraise, or they seek the money from other sources, and they try to find some experimental treatments even abroad or in other highly specialized facilities. So on the other hand, beside these instances when families are coerced by the power of medicine to accept some interventions, there were actually many instances when surgeries proved to be very useful, because there were tangible benefits, ameliorating the pain, allowing the child to walk better, to participate in activities. So there is a level of ambivalence, and there is a need to nuance and to try to see when is the treatment oppressive and when is the treatment actually useful, because there were such instances. But then in those cases, there was a tendency to withhold the useful treatments from children because of the drive to save the financial resources in the healthcare system. So families had to push hard within the healthcare system to get the referrals to the hospitals which provide highly specialized treatments. So it was quite a struggle. So only those educated, eloquent parents whose native language is English, those were the ones successful in getting what they want. And those who didn't have such capacity, they were left out from the possibility to have such treatments. So one of my conclusions is that impairment is then not only natural, but socially produced, because only those with the financial means, with good education, they have the money to push for the treatments, which as Convention on the Rights of People with Disabilities saying in Article 25, which minimize and prevent further disabilities, actually, I would say further impairments, right? So shortly, these are some of my findings that I mapped out so far. But what I expect to do more is to interview the healthcare professionals and to see their side of the story. And this is something what I will do in May and June. So this, what I presented you so far, was coming from the interviews with parents and disabled children themselves.
Thank you very much, Rados. And you were super in time, below 10 minutes. Thank you so much for that too. I would now like to give the floor to Joost van Hals from the Flemish Department of Culture, Youth and Media to respond and to introduce yourself. And welcome to this session.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Theresia. Good afternoon, everybody. I hope you had already a nice and inspiring conference. And it's really an honor to be here with you. With your expertise, it's a new experience for me. As you're the chair of the table of the CETI, I'm Joost van Halst. I'm from Belgium, here from Flanders. I studied law at the University of Leuven, and I work for the Department of Culture, Youth and Media. And within the Flemish department, my department is responsible for the coordination of the implementation of the Children's Rights Convention. And my main responsibilities concern the follow-up of the implementation of the CRC and also the issues of the integrity of the child, physical, psychological, and sexual. I understand that I've been asked as a respondent because as a member of the steering committee for the right of the child, and also I co-chair with Vitva Halila from Finland, the Council of Europe drafting group of a guide on children's participation in decision-making process regarding their health. This is a common project of the steering committee for the right of the child and the Steering Committee for Human Rights in the field of biomedicine and health. Maybe it's interesting to know a little bit about the children's rights activities of the Committee for the Council of Europe. This we just, of the Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe, just adopted the Council of Europe strategy for the right of the child. That's a strategy for the years 22 till 27. And this strategy contains 6 strategic objectives. Freedom from violence for all children is the first one. The second one, and for you very important, equal opportunities and social inclusion for all children. Thirdly, access to and safe use of technologies for all children. Fourth, child-friendly justice for children. Fifth, giving a voice to every child. And sixth, children's rights in crisis and emergency situations. And within this strategy, there is also a transversal approach. This means that there is a specific approach on gender sensitivity, on anti-discrimination, and on child participation. This for every objective, this is mainstreamed through these 3 approaches. And I also looked at the strategy, and there is also a link made to the disability strategy of 2017-2023. Well, we just end of 2021, we started with the work on the draft guides on participation in health issues. And for us, the importance of participation of children in individual healthcare decision-making processes is not only important because it's a right, but also because it has also significant immediate and long-term effects. Because we see children being involved are less anxious, they are more empowered. When they cooperating, we see also that that it reduces conflicts between the healthcare professionals and the children. So also from the medical point of view, the impact is also more effective. To go now a bit in depth also on the Children's Rights Convention, I found the insight of others very interesting to hear that how do we determine that maturity of the child. And in fact, in the text of the Article 12 of the UCLC is stated the age and the maturity. But maybe it's a bit kind of nuance also in that sense that the general comment is underlined that it's not only the age that can determine. This is the balance between both, and the maturity. It's an assessment of the individual child that has to be made. And for example, especially for Belgium, we received the recommendation to improve participation of all children, in particular by abolishing any age limits on the right of children to express their views in all issues concerning them in legislation, and to ensure that due weight is given to their views in accordance with their age and maturity. Still, who define that maturity? It's an interesting question for, but let's say for scientific people like others. But maybe I can end also to say it's 2 years ago also we made internally a little study on the link internally with the colleagues from the Children's Rights Center in Flanders, KEKI, abbreviated. We made a little study on the links between the rights of the child and intersectionality. And understand children and young people experience a kind of not being full citizen of society, but certainly children with impairments, that's the double one. But it was also what's very new in the findings of you for me is that it's not always famous, not always a weakness. Sometimes it's also a strength.
A strength, yeah.
And I see when we talk about non-discrimination, we always see it like a weakness. And that's an interesting issue to work out. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And again, thank you to the speaker for keeping the time, and both speakers have mentioned issues which show that the research of Rados is highly timely. It is really a research which seems to be on top of what is necessary at the moment, mentioning the EU strategies on the right of the child and disability, but also mentioning, both of you mentioned that not only impairment, but also maturity is a social construct and depends on many factors. And that is obviously an issue which where we need, in order to answer all the questions in relation to these issues, we need research. And maybe Rados, I saw that you make some notes. You want to respond quickly to yours, and then we open the floor for questions. And I also look into the chat of the Zoom room if there are any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Joss, and thank you, Teresa. And there was one interesting question that I was asking myself, but I also asked the participants and including healthcare professionals that I so far had the opportunity to get in touch. I mean, the ethics committee, why is the participation important and why is it good? So we heard Joss, and this is also what I found, that professionals tend to look at the participation from the point of instrumental benefit, right? To reduce child's anxiety, to ensure child's compliance, and to ensure adherence to the treatment. But there is no disemphasis in understanding that participation is inherently good to foster a person's autonomy and to try to ensure that person get used to being asked and being given a choice and being supported to grow up into the adult with responsibilities about his or her body and about being used to be asked about his or her life. So there is inherent reasons for the humans why should participate in decisions about their lives, not only instrumental reasons. So that's one. Second, about maturity, I did notice that some children tend to exhibit greater level of maturities because they undergo so many treatments and they get familiar with the medical language. They know all the equipment, what is it for. They're familiar with the medical language. They tend to speak to me in very technical terms that I have no idea what do they stand for. So I had to ask them for clarification. But at the same time, they are socialized into thinking about disability as a deficit. So the key issue for me, how to understand maturity, is that, and also what human rights law is saying, that we can't say that child is not mature if it's challenging the adult authority. So sometimes I found instances when children oppose or resist what parents and healthcare professionals think that it is in their best interests, then it's easy for parents and healthcare professionals to say, well, this child is not mature because he or she doesn't want to do whatever we think that is best to do for this child. And this is what human rights law is saying. That's not how you assess the maturity. This is not the right thing to do, because I had an example of one girl who was about to have the amputation of his leg and the doctors of her leg. And doctors were so insisting that they should do 6th and 7th surgery just to try and to save her leg. And she was 12 and she was saying, I'm sick and tired. I can't stand this pain. This is not the life that I want to live. Just cut it. I don't want 6th and 7th surgery. So the doctor said, okay, she is challenging our medical authority, but that doctor thought, okay, she is mature because there are reasons and we can understand why she is saying what she was saying. So that's my point, that it doesn't necessarily mean that the child is not mature if the opinion of the child is contradicting the adult authority. So we should think about the wider circumstances and the implications of these medical interventions and the level of certainty that this medical intervention is bringing. So I'm still grappling with this, how to assess maturity, but that was one of the points I wanted to make.
Thank you, Rados, for that response. And maybe we open now the floor for questions. I am also looking at the chat, but I have not seen any questions in the chat so far. Any? Yeah, please, Mark.
Thank you, Radosh. Thanks, Joss. I mean, it's a really interesting topic. I was thinking back to research that we did back in the 1990s about the everyday lives of disabled children in England and Scotland. And these issues came up, you know, and we had very similar discussions then. And I like to think that some things have changed, and maybe some things have not changed. But one of the questions that we received, or criticisms, questions at that time, was people were saying, okay, great study involving disabled children and their choices. What evidence do you have that these things are any different for disabled children from non-disabled children? I mean, you know, you gave examples. There are procedures for involving children in medical decisions that affect them. And you don't have a control group. You don't have to, but that's the kind of question that we were getting. People were asking us, well, you know, where is the disability specific issue, you know, within these experiences? And it would be great to hear your view on that.
Yeah, it was quite difficult to disentangle what are the barriers that are originating from the child's age, from childism, and what are the barriers that are related to disability, disabling barriers. So there were instances for which I can say that all children are facing these issues, like the perceptions on the capacity of children and the general lack of child-friendly materials and the general attitude of healthcare professionals that they don't speak with any children, including those with disabilities, but where it was more striking as evidence that there are disabling barriers, that's the issue of children with intellectual impairments and learning difficulties, because they were facing with negative parental attitudes, because there were many instances when parents were telling to me, well, his memory just doesn't span much in the past. He doesn't know anything. We did try to speak to him, but he simply doesn't understand anything. So that was also reflected in their experiences with healthcare professionals and the healthcare system. But also what I noticed that it's much related to disability is the availability and quality of impairment-related treatments, because that's why I was so interested to look into the impairment-related treatments, because patient choice is much restricted when it comes to what's offered on the table, what kind of treatments are offered in the healthcare systems. Sometimes highly specialized treatments which are proven to work, they are not offered and not funded by the public healthcare, and sometimes experimental treatments that don't work, they are pushed on disabled children. So I think that's one of the disability-specific issue, the quality and the type of impairment-related treatments, and consequently the restrictions surrounding disabled children as a patients and their choice in the healthcare system, because they can't get the referral to the hospitals of their choosing, to professionals who are best in performing certain kinds of treatment. They can't get the reimbursement to get the treatment abroad if the certain treatment is not provided in the country. So their highest attainable level of health is actually in question here. But as I said, when it comes to participation, there's more evidence that this is something that concerns all groups of children, not only the ones with disabilities. But when we talk about children with intellectual impairments, then there is literally no adapted materials or no knowledge among healthcare professionals how to perform certain procedures, because what they do is when the child with learning difficulties is worried or in fear or is having panic attack, like five nurses jump on that child and hold that child without opportunity to have the presence of a parent. They tell the parent, well, stay outside, because they think the presence of parent will disturb further the child. So they use the force to administer certain treatments. So this is also particularly disability related barrier, I would say.
Thank you. We have one speaker from the Zoom room, Ivy. I think we can Yeah,
I'll be very brief. It's only really a comment. Yeah, I was just going to say, Radosh, that I really enjoyed that presentation, as it's an area I'm really interested in myself. And I was particularly interested in what you said about the long-term benefits of participation, you know, to children, you know, and I think that that's something that really needs to be explored a lot more. You know, I've done quite a bit around participation in youth mental health settings, and I firmly believe that the, you know, participation really does benefit someone long term in terms of their own self-advocacy, but also and independent living, but also advocacy and advocating on behalf of others. So I'm really glad that that came out in your research, because I think it's really, really important and something that I haven't seen touched on an awful lot.
Thank you, Ifi. Do you want to respond to that?
No, but it was more of a comment.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
agree with you.
Joost, please, you have the floor.
Yes, maybe I'm glad with the comment of the lady. It's of the advantages on child participation, but maybe I stress too much the instrumental side of participation. But I agree very much with the insight of Radoš, that it's, first of all, it's a right, and when you see the way children, certainly with intellectual impairment, have the possibility or don't have the possibility to participate or to give their views, and see that they are also taken into account. But also the way society respects or doesn't respect a part of its population.
Thank you very much, Joost. I think now that we have talked about the autonomy of people at the beginning in their life, of children, we now turn to the autonomy of people at the end of their life, elderly people. And I would like now to give the floor to Ainsley, who will talk about the right to liberty for persons living with dementia in Irish residential aged care. And then the respondents will come from online, from Dr. Diane Gove. But first you have the floor, Ainsley, 10 minutes, please.
Thank you, Teresa. A very warm welcome to everyone, and particularly to Dr. Diane. Thank you for being here as well. My name is Ainsley, and I am based at the Centre of Disability Law and Policy in Galway. And it's an absolute pleasure to be able to present my research today, which looks into the right to liberty for persons living with dementia in Irish residential care. I guess there's two overarching research aims, and the first part of the project is about investigating legal protections available for older persons living with dementia, specifically in Ireland, in the case of residential care. So I look from Article 14, which is the right to liberty and security of the persons of the Convention of the UN CRPD. I also look at the ECHR, Article 5, which looks at liberty as a broad context. And then even within the Irish Constitution, I look at Article 40, which also pertains to liberty. I guess the key point to take away from this presentation really is the project is about capturing the authentic voice of persons living with dementia. It's about ensuring, it's really important to me about ensuring that meaningful participation was in this research and was very much at the heart of this research, the lived experience. Today, I'd like to highlight three key findings that have emerged, and these are quite prominent findings that have I've had 4 research groups, ones that look at professionals, another research group that looks at lived experience, the third looks at self-independent groups, and the fourth is looking at regulatory bodies and monitoring bodies like the Ombudsman and health inspection. So the first emerging finding is looking very much from a rights-based approach, and I'll go through these shortly. So just to highlight that, the first point The second is looking at when liberty is deprived, and that's looking specifically in the context of residential care facilities. And then the third finding that's emerged is the amplification of a deprivation of liberty during a COVID era as well. So if we look perhaps at the first finding, as I said, it's a rights-based approach, and it's very much reframing dementia through a disability lens. So as we know, dementia is a significant cause of disability among people over 65 years of age. And this is where we see the intersectionality of age and disability come into play. We also know that persons living with dementia are explicitly identified as intended beneficiaries of the CRPD. And this was quite surprising during the study, especially with the lived experience that not everyone identified as having a disability or was aware of their rights in accordance to the CRPD. Specifically, Article 14 is really important that clear through the research that it affords the right from arbitrary detention and other restrictive practices, which I'll talk about shortly. So moving on to that is the second point is the deprivation of liberty in the context of residential care facilities. Now there's three main points that have come from that. The first one is what we call de facto detention. That is when a person is not free to leave without permission and is under continuous control and surveillance. In a practical sense, how that manifests is a person may be controlled by a nurse, they may not have access to the community garden, there may be keypads on doors be locked, not having access to the kitchen to make a sandwich, and bathroom breaks are scheduled as opposed to when the person needs them. The second point, which I'm personally really passionate about, and it's a big overarching theme in my thesis, is looking at what we call chemical restraints. And when I mean chemical, we look at pharmacology, so the use of antipsychotics and benzodiazepines, any sort of sedatives, which are often prescribed in the later stages of dementia, and that is used, the clinical rationale behind that is to control behavior. But this raises an interesting question. Do we confine, control, or modify behavior based on based on a restraint? I also look at physical restraints. So an example of that might be a seatbelt in a chair. So a person may be in a day room for up to 8 hours, sitting in a chair with a lap band or a seatbelt, or even a tabletop fixed to the chair. This can also include bed rails. So a person is unable to move freely around their bedroom, and they are fixed to their bed. And also looking at environmental restraints as well. I think this is a more insidious aspect that sort of emerged through the research. And that is, like I mentioned, keypads to doors. You know, a person may not be able to go out and spend time in the garden, or it might be scheduled time. So if a person wanted to plant a specific plant or flower, that's, you know, that right has been taken from them. Another interesting finding is the guise of, and this is very much a clinical term, but the guise of a falls risk status. And basically, this is the practice of custodial specials. This is where a person is limited in their mobility. And this usually is a one-to-one, usually in a nurse context. A nurse will supervise a person 24 hours a day. And that will include bathroom, showering, those sorts of things. So they're not free. So as you can tell, there's a lot of work we need to focus on, and using a rights-based approach to address some of these issues is essential. The third finding that's really been amplified is the effects of COVID-19. And originally when I started this project, this wasn't even on the radar. So this is something that's really emerged. And we know that the COVID pandemic has magnified an unprecedented challenge on how a state fulfills its obligations under the CRPD, specifically on how it safeguards against arbitrary detention in residential care facilities. Another, sorry. Yeah, no, that's fine. Just moving on to that, looking at cohorts, and basically this is the practice of placing residents together in the same room. They could be complete strangers, and that's for the purposes of infection control. So basically putting everyone who has COVID in the same room, and whether they have the choice or not. So again, restricting movement and affecting liberty. And I think I've mentioned previously about the restriction of movements, and that can be the access to the kitchen, bathrooms, those sorts of things. Okay, so I've painted quite a grim picture there in my findings. We're having some sort of breakdown in the room, yeah. So excuse the antics in the background, but a more positive scope here would be looking for a way forward. And these are proposed recommendations that I would have for my research. And the first is proposed legislative reform and consultation, and especially for personally going to be looking into safeguarding around chemical restraints. So that's working on a policy level, consulting with rights-based organizations, as well as very much having the lived experience informing this as well. So working with the Irish Dementia Working Group is essential to this. It's also really important about raising the profile of dementia through a human rights lens. As we know, dementia research is often viewed through a biomedical model, and that very much takes the person out of the experience. So once again, this looks at the disability or the illness as opposed to the person behind that. It's also, this research project has very much been about advocating for the lived experience, which needs to be the forefront of dementia research. So I'd just like to thank you very much for that and look forward to your questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ainsley. And it was really amazing how you managed to keep not only keep the 10 minutes, but also endure all the technical problems we have in the room. The people in the Zoom room might not know that the roof is leaking and we are disturbed by water falling down from the air condition. And then also your presentation, your paper was not posted from the beginning. So a lot of disturbance. That's okay. Thank you for keeping up your good spirit and telling us about your enormous timely research again. I have to say that this is very timely research, especially with respect to the situation of people in congregated settings during times of COVID. I will give now the floor to the respondent who is online with us, Dr. Gove, Diane Gove, from the Alzheimer Europe and from the University of Bradford, and please introduce yourself before you respond, and you also have 10 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, so hello everybody. I'm sorry I couldn't be with you here today. And just to say before I introduce myself, that was a fantastic presentation. It's brilliant work that you're doing, Ainsley. So I'm Diane Gove. I'm the Director for Projects at Alzheimer Europe, which is based in Luxembourg, and it's an umbrella organisation of national Alzheimer associations across Europe with members in over 30 different countries. And just a reason why this work is so fascinating and why I'm really, really keen on finding out more about it is because these are the exact topics that we've been working on for like over 20 years. Like a long, long time ago, we were working on a project called LawNet, which was looking at the legislation in all the different countries in Europe on restrictions of freedom, amongst other things, but then also the ethics work on restrictions of freedom, involuntary internment, de facto detention, also coercive measures, restraint, which we then revisited in 2020, where we also looked at the issue of deprivation of freedom during the COVID pandemic. And so with regard to your research, I mean, I think it's just really, really great that you're looking at the legal and the human rights and ethics perspectives in a way, and especially for people with advanced dementia, because you mentioned older people with dementia, but I mean, dementia is more common in older people, but it's not the end of life necessarily, and people have a lot of life in front of them sometimes, and they can find themselves in this situation in residential care against their wishes. And so I like the way that you've made the distinction as well between the legal and the de facto deprivation of freedom. In the guidelines, I was asked, is there anything missing from the research project? And I wouldn't say there's anything missing, but I would just say there are some things that I think it would be nice to hear more about eventually, which is some of the additional challenges for people, for example, the older women, especially who live alone, who don't necessarily have any relatives or familiar person to stand up for their rights. And that can be also women who didn't have children. It can also be sometimes LGBT plus women. And also people with limited education, people who've experienced prejudice and discrimination. So within the actual system, it's very difficult for them to negotiate and to fight for their rights as well, who may be distrustful and feel disadvantaged. Also the difference in perceived power, language and literacy issues. One issue that I was wondering about as well was with regard to people from the traveller community, especially in Ireland, and whether you had had any involvement from people, because I think that's a very specific situation and a different lifestyle as well. And so again, there could be issues of distrust, but also the huge change in the lifestyle. And one of the research questions I was thinking about could be about the challenges that some people encounter within this already imperfect system, bearing in mind the fact that people don't fit into like neat categories and they have multiple intersecting identities. And then another issue, which I suppose is actually obviously not in the scope of what you were doing, but the issues of restrictions of freedom of people in their own homes, not in care homes, because not everybody does go into a home, and sometimes people are restricted in their freedom, prevented from going out through threats or coercion. Also the use of restraint, as you were mentioning, physical, chemical restraint and psychological means. And one of the threats, I think, is that if somebody doesn't comply with the rules of whoever is in the house, that they will be put into a care home, and so that's a threat to not to go out or to toe the line. I was wondering also, because you mentioned that you'd focus especially on the situation in Ireland, whether you'd also looked at legislation on involuntary detention and especially the situation in care homes in other countries, and how the situation in Ireland corresponds to that in other countries, because it might be possible the research that you've done could also be beneficial for lobbying in other countries as well. Just check the time. And with regard to suggestions about bringing about change, I think your idea about the reform and the consultation and the rights-based approach is absolutely the way we need to go. And again, I 100% agree with what you say about the biomedical model, because there's a biomedical model of disability as well as a biomedical model of dementia, and where the two come together, and it's important to look at that in the context of disability and human rights. Some of the work we did with the European Working Group of People with Dementia, I think it was about 2017, was specifically on recognizing dementia as a disability, which obviously it is according to the Rights Convention. But a lot of the people in providing services and in care homes and people with dementia themselves don't necessarily see it that way. Not everybody with dementia also wants to be defined as disabled, whereas other people say, well, that's a better label than dementia. So it's really a personal issue as well. And we were emphasizing the need to see the whole issue of disability as also as a tool which people can use in order to fight for their own rights as well. I was thinking about how you could take your work further, and I was thinking about presenting at dementia conferences, preparing a policy brief perhaps to find the relevant communication channels with disability organisations, emphasising how the current legal provisions are not suited or adapted to the conditions and needs of people with dementia. And also, I think that the work that you've done on the deprivation of liberty during the COVID period is absolutely wonderful, and that there are still restrictions in place in some countries, and it's not only in relation to older people in care homes, but I think we're not out of the woods yet. I think there's a tendency to think, yeah, everything's okay now, but we don't know, and there will be other pandemics probably in the future, and I think we need to learn from this situation, and the work that you've done could be very important in bringing about change, but also for the sake of the people who suffered during the COVID pandemic in the care homes and the situations that they were subjected to, and for the sake of the people in the future. You mentioned the Alzheimer's Association that you've been in touch with in Ireland, so that's fantastic. And you mentioned the authentic voice of people with dementia. I was just wondering if you'd actually been in touch with Helen Rochford Brennan, because she's from the Irish Association. And I mentioned your work to her the other day, and she was saying, oh yeah, let's get in touch. So I don't know if you have been already, but I think there definitely would be some interest there. And just finally, to say that with regard to presenting at conferences, although it's the work you've done, I think you did say that it was specifically on the situation in Ireland. I think nevertheless it's interesting and important to promote your work at the European and international level and to have contacts with other people and a broader discussion. And so I'd really recommend that you put in an abstract to the Alzheimer Europe conference if you haven't done already. I think there's 2 days left for the deadline. So those are my main points.
All these great practical tips, but also it is great to hear that the research is so useful to the people in the field, the organizations working in that field. And maybe, Ainsley, you want to respond to some of what Diane has said, and before we open the floor for questions?
Thank you so much, Dr. Diane. That's a really fruitful discussion and very helpful as well. Yes, on a couple of points, I've spoken with Helen and I work very closely with Helen. She's brilliant. And so hopefully we can bring about some policy change around the chemical restraint side of things. Yes, the plan is, unfortunately, I was going to do a comparative study between different, well, initially three EU states, but because I had to redirect the project because of the COVID pandemic, I settled on just doing one case study in Ireland. However, I would like to take the findings from this and use it in more of a global sense. So it would be, a pleasure to work with yourselves and further and with the findings to disseminate those. And in terms of the lived experience, those are excellent points, and that's certainly been on my radar. And I have tried to, from the lived experience research cohort, I have tried to get as much diversity as possible. So looking at urban, rural perspectives, because they're very different in their approach. Yeah. I had one lady who lived in a rural situation, and she was placed into a care home, and it was like an hour and a half away from her family, and it was somewhere where she didn't want to go in the first place, but then also the added complexities of mobility for her family supports as well, and that was simply because there was only a place available in that county. But yeah, no, thank you so much. I'm going to definitely look into more diversifying and looking into minorities as well, because I think that's, really fruitful. And I think it's an important voice to amplify as well. So I really, thank you so much for your time and for your feedback. That's really helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Ainsley. So we would now take questions from the floor or from the chat in the Zoom room. I see Colin.
Thanks very much, Ainsley, for a great presentation and for keeping your cool there as the ice fell. I did a bit of work in this area previously with providing advice to people, and I find that people with dementia in care homes who had family around them always were the ones who are much more likely to or are much less likely to be held in chemical restraint or to have their rights undermined. And I was just wondering, is there any system where someone doesn't have family members for people maybe to come around them and give them support? Or is there additional measures in Ireland or in any other jurisdiction where it sort of differentiates those people who have a family member who's there sort of advocating for them and those who don't have family members around them?
Thanks, Colin. That's a really great question. And I think that sort of ties in very well with what Diane was saying as well, women who may not have children or family present. Yes, it seems to be that restrictive practices were more common, or more susceptible to persons who didn't have family advocates, and also to there was a deficit amongst how to raise when an ethical dilemma or there was a violation, deprivation in liberty, how that was managed. And you know, it was quite shocking that there was a lack of access to justice around there, whether that was accessing the care manager or taking it to HICRA, which is a health within Ireland, that's a health quality, which monitors a lot of care homes, private and publicly, as well as going up as far as the ombudsman as well. So, but again, that really much depends on having an advocate to be able to advance that. So there's a lot of residents who are very vulnerable to this because they don't have the support or the advocacy around them. So, no.
Thank you, Ainsley. And there's another question from Eleonora.
Yeah, well, it's more of a comment than a question. Thank you, Ainsley, for the research and for sharing it with us. I just wanted to connect it to what Professor Quinn said earlier. Never underestimate that we might have a legal framework addressing the rights of elderly people. And I am a true believer that your research will be a great contribution to that treaty, whenever that may come. So thank you.
Thank you, Ali.
Thank you, Ainsley. That's a great statement. We still do have a little bit of time for more questions. If there are more questions to both researchers and both respondents in this session before we go to the next two. I personally find it very interesting that both researchers have addressed the issue of identifying as disabled, or the respondent have. And yes, this brings us to the question, what do we do? Does the CRPD apply only to those people who identify as disabled? As a lawyer, I would say no, because we never asked if we apply a law, whether the person it applies to identifies of that law. What we do let people choose if they want to exercise the right, yes or no. But that the right exists and that it is that the people fall under the protection of the CRPD, I would say is not a question of self-identification of disability. I wonder whether Ainsley or Rados, you have any ideas on this position? Rados?
Yeah, really face that issue forefront, because the people who I recruited didn't identify as disabled, because families consider disabled as a label that they didn't want to be associated with. They consider disability as a term which has negative meaning. And on a number of occasions, they were instructing their children not to identify as disabled, but rather to use different sorts of euphemisms like differently able, and etc., etc. So my point is that, yeah, I didn't include in research criteria, in sample criteria, self-identification as disabled, but rather children who have the experience of some form of orthopedic treatments related to their impairments. So if you understand disability as equation impairment plus oppression or the interaction with barriers, leading then to disability, regardless whether people understand it as disability or not, because the way how they understand disability is not the form of oppression. The reason why they alienate themselves from disability is that they perceive disability as the devalued state of being. And if they would make a step to understand disability as the CRPD understands it, as a form of oppression resulting from the interaction with of people with impairments with environmental barriers, they might change their minds and they might be more willing to identify as disabled. So I think the problem is that social model is remote idea still from some groups of people. So if you get that idea closer, they might change their views regarding their identity.
Okay, I see also that Diane has raised her hand. So Ainsley, if you allow, I give the floor first to Diane.
Just a quick comment. I absolutely agree with what was just said. And in our recommendations that were written together with people with dementia a few years ago in the report Dementia is a Disability, one of the recommendations was that it should never be necessary for a person to identify as disabled in order to get the support that they need. And I think that's important.
Thank you. And Ainsley, do you want to respond to?
Sure. Yeah, I agree with absolutely Diane about that as well. That I think that we've got to be careful that we don't silo people as well. And I think that's a really good point. Yes, I found in my findings, I found that most of my lived experience participants do not identify as having a disability. And the reason for that is it's a discriminatory term. And also there was a sense of shame around that as well. This is some of the the feedback that I was getting, and tapped onto that. They were also unaware of their rights as well. So that was clearly identified in the research too. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. We will take now a break of 1 minute in order to allow the other two researchers and respondents to come to the floor. I am happy to see Alva Finn, who also arrived now. So in 1 minute, we thank you very much for your presentations and for the respondents.
Har du European Disability Forum?
What topic was about the overlap between the feminist and disability? Okay, welcome back to the second part of this session on intersectionality. And I'm happy to announce that the next two early stage researchers will focus on the participation of disabled women in social movement. That will be the research on that will be presented by Ivy Price, and then followed by the respondent Alba Finn, who each have 10 minutes, and then we go over to another issue which has which relates to this broader subject of women, disabled women, and movements. Megan will talk about her research on reproductive choices, prenatal screening, and fetal impairment. And the respondent will be not Jeanette Chadha and Lonneke van Kampen, but Paula Pinto, who is willing to step in. Unfortunately, we have lost Jeanette and Lonneke, but Paula steps in as a respondent. Thank you so much for that. So without further ado, I would like to all of you introduce yourself when you speak, and each of you have 10 minutes. So we start with Ivy online.
Great, thanks everyone, and yeah, really happy to be able to participate online. So thanks so much to the organisers for facilitating that. So my name is Eva Price, and I am a researcher with the European Disability Forum. So I'm working in the non-academic partner, I suppose, of the DARE project, but I'm also doing a PhD at the Centre for Disability Law and Policy in Galway. So what I'm researching is the relationship between social movements, and I'm focusing on the feminist and the disability movement. So yeah, that's what my research is going to be about. I suppose I just wanted to, when we were talking about you know, identifying and everything like that, I wanted to make clear that all my participants identify as disabled women, and that was an inclusion criteria for my research. You know, I was interested in talking directly to disabled women as opposed to like family members or carers. So I solely interviewed disabled women, and I interviewed a total of 52 disabled women from 23 countries throughout Europe. And their participation ranged from local level right through to international level. So it creates for some really interesting comparisons in that regard. And I suppose I was guided by the following questions. So what factors impact disabled women's participation in the movements? How can we best learn from the lived experience, and what can be done to move towards more meaningful participation? And what determines, including human rights norms, impact on participation? So I'm going to touch on only a few of the findings, but there are many I would love to talk about, but just we don't have time today. So I will just talk briefly on a few and you know, open discussion, and hopefully it will engage interest. So the first finding that I thought was interesting to share here this morning was, or not this morning, this afternoon, sorry, was the most were found to be supported and encouraged from a very young age. So parents often fought for children to attend mainstream schools and to kindergartens, for instance, and you see a really strong pattern of determined parents, and particularly determined mothers actually pushing for equality at a really early point in these people's lives. And I suppose many really viewed the importance of inclusive education, whether they had been in an inclusive or segregated education themselves. They viewed inclusive education as an important factor. And I suppose as well, the early experiences of the women really seem to impact greatly on their lives and the person they became. And then Next, I want to talk a little bit about how the historical and geographical context can influence participation. So I found that the context and location of where the participants were from had an influence on their life experiences. And even, for example, some people in the same country but are maybe based in a rural or an urban setting. You know, there's different resources available, there's different opportunities for participation. So that was something that impacted on participation. For example, someone from a remote area versus a capital city. And as well, the change over time in regards to historical context and political context was something of note, and particularly, for example, in Eastern Europe in more recent times, people feel they have been allowed to voice their opinions more and more, and that this clearly impacts on participation, both the geographical and the historical context. The next thing of important note that I want to touch on is really this idea of privilege, and it's something that really struck me actually with the research. You know, nearly everyone who was interviewed spoke about how they feel that they're in a privileged position, and that they really, I suppose, want to use this position to improve the situation for women and girls with disabilities. And many, I suppose, had reached a high level of education and were aware that there were other people who hadn't reached that, and that it was really, I suppose, it was important for them to fight this fight. And many of the people as well had different interests in their life, but they chose to focus on this specific issue. And then I think it's important to look at kind of friendships and networks, and how these were really an important element of participation. So the women created like strong friendships with each other, and sometimes I suppose just being around other disabled women was enough to initiate this kind of this social movement, this disabled women kind of gathering. And often women, like, as I say, came together informally, but decided to formalize and create these groups. And there's a really strong sense of community among disabled women in Europe. And many spoke of each other's work and knew of each other's work. So I suppose that was quite significant as well. Yeah, and drew on even different examples, like internationally. When I was talking to someone in one country, they'd say, oh, and you know, they'd refer to what someone else did in a different country, and that was really, really interesting. And then just I suppose in terms, that's kind of looking at the individual, but in terms of promoting inclusion within both movements, more needs to be done. You know, we haven't reached levels of equal participation within the disability movement. A lot of the time, it's you know, if there's more men participating, traditional issues are dominating there. A lot of women spoke about accessibility and not being able to get past this issue of accessibility. But then when you talk about the feminist movement, that's the one barrier to it's a major barrier to the women's participation. So it was really funny that that came up as an area, as a kind of an issue, an important issue, but for very different reasons. So within the disability movement, the women wanted to move beyond this issue and talk more about, you know, other issues. But within the feminist movement, they couldn't even participate because the accessibility wasn't there. So that was kind of an interesting thing to reflect on. And then as well, what was really important is the participation of disabled women in both movements. And this really is key. And many women spoke about this, the need to infiltrate the disability and the women's movement. And you know, if we're not present, you know, the issues won't be heard or won't be addressed or won't be highlighted. So I think that that's really important. And beyond the women's movement as well, there needs to be infiltration in the environment movement, in the LGBT movement. You know, I feel like disabled women need to be present in all the movements. But I suppose this the focus on the women's movement kind of highlights things that can be used into the future, other movements can use. But yeah, so I suppose that was really, really essential, and I'm just conscious of time and I don't want to go over, so I'm happy to call it there if I think I am gone a bit over with the clock.
Thank you so much. You were very good with the timing, and thank you for your wonderful presentation on your interesting research with disabled women and their engagement in the women's movement as well as other movements, but mainly women's movement you research. So I hand over now to the respondent, Alva Finn, and please take the floor and introduce yourself and respond to what Ivy found. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Alva Finn. I am the Secretary General of Social Platform. EDF is actually a member, but so are the European Women's Lobby. We also have other movements representing older persons, for example. So we take a very intersectional approach. So it isn't the first time that I've heard some of the findings that you've just expressed, Aoife. And actually I also have been involved in the disability movement myself and also the feminist movement in Ireland. So these are things that I think are known to a lot of us who have an intersectionally feminist approach. When I was reading through the kind of more broad context of your research, I also noticed that you talked about kind of sensitive topics, and I was just wondering what they are. I was imagining probably SRHR being one of them, or
yeah, the main one would be the area of abortion, as there is much contention between the disability and the women's movement, and I suppose it's an area where we need to work together, and there has been developments in recent years in this regard, but that would be one of the what would be considered, sensitive issue. Another major issue that came up was around violence against women, and the feminist movement really focusing on intimate partner violence, whereas the violence experienced by disabled women is often a lot broader than that, but it's not kind of touched on. So I suppose it would be those issues, and not seeing disability as kind of, an add-on, but like having it there centrally within the movement, as opposed to just kind of something that they do with this group, so that they will be kind of some of the issues that came up. But I hope to have in the dissertation an entire, it was a theme that came out, contentious kind of topics or issues that they wanted to be addressed.
Yeah, that's interesting. I think having been involved in, I mean, maybe you yourself were in the whole repeal campaign, it was something that I saw, particularly around abortion. It wasn't just about abortion for people with disabilities, but it also access which was also a sensitive issue, right? It's very difficult to go on and get a boat to England if you were a woman with a disability. So I thought it was an interesting conversation anyway in Ireland, which I'm sure that you were also privy to. Yeah, I know that you just focused on the disability movement and the women's movement, but what other types of inclusion do you think are lacking? I suppose a proper, real intersectional feminist approach is inclusive, not just of people with disability. And of course, you can be a Black woman with a disability, and that kind of intersectional feminism also might affect you differently. I think the women's movement in general is really doing a lot of soul searching and the kind of inclusion that it needs. But I guess it's also culturally sensitive in different places. There are different minority groups in different places. So for example, traveler Roma communities as well. Did you discuss a little bit wider about the type of inclusion that your respondents would have been wanting to learn about? Because I as a leading an organization that has a lot of different movements in it, there is sometimes a tension between my issue isn't being seen as much as this person's issue. And if your issue isn't the issue of the moment, sometimes you can feel drowned out. So yeah, I know there is this tension of how much inclusion do you need in some movements, and are we ready to have that kind of inclusion? For example, in the disability movement, are they ready to be looking at, disabled or people with disabilities who are also travelers or Roma people? Sometimes people would draw the line there, so it'd be interesting to understand from you whether or not you push these questions with the respondents.
Yeah, and I suppose for the people that I interviewed, they were activists and involved in activism, so they're very open to this. But a lot of people spoke about how the mainstream feminist or the mainstream women's movement, they didn't always they couldn't relate to it, whereas they kind of described themselves as radical feminists or like intersectional feminists. So that was obviously a key issue in that, identifying with a movement and what movement and that. And yeah, I am very aware of the situation in Ireland, as I'm very involved in an organisation there called Disabled Women Ireland, who were actually set up on foot of the difficulties and the lack of conversation with disabled women about the abortion and the lack of our inclusion within that discussion. So I think that and I do think that the disabled women's organizations do have an important part to play as well. And I think that they, as well as being involved in the mainstream feminist and disability movement, I think that they are good vehicles to drive, issues forward and drive change. So I think that that's particularly interesting as well.
Thanks. And there were some problems that were noted, I think. So for example, lack of independence of DPOs, making movements more inclusive more generally, and how to use privilege to improve the situation of, I suppose, both people in both movements. But I have my own thoughts on this around like the solutions that there could be. So, needing to set terms on the money that you accept from any donor. It doesn't matter if it's a state. I mean, we all deal with this no matter which NGO, right? You're getting a bit kind of influenced by whoever your donor is. And then the inclusion of diversity of different people on boards. I think we can all be looking at how we set up our governance structures so that they're fully inclusive and that it's just not all the same people all the time. The same with your membership organizations. looking at the members that you do have to increase diversity. Also giving up space, that's something I'm really happy to do, and I do all the time. Sometimes I just say this, it's absolutely not me who needs to be talking about this, and then I try and find someone who can talk about their experience. And also there's something around employment as well. There are loads of NGOs that are run by people just like me, who are like, you know, white, able, white women or men. And how do we find diversity? How do we make, at the moment I'm searching for an office, for example, I've made it a rule that we cannot move to an inaccessible office. But yeah, I was just wondering, like, what are the solutions that these women thought of to fix some of those problems?
Yeah, and I think you've touched on really important points there, particularly around representation and DPO. I suppose, you know, what constitutes a DPO. There's a lot of misunderstanding about that, and there's a lot of organizations that would identify themselves as DPOs and they're not DPOs. You know, they're not run and led by disabled people. So that's a huge area of contention and a huge issue area. And as well, I think what you said there is, like, you know, passing the speaking you know, engagement or something to someone who is more, you know, if it's about disability, to a disabled person, you know, if it's about disability and race, you know, to a Black person or a person of color. So I think that that's really, really important, and for people to know their space. And I think it is a huge issue that people do feel that, like, you know, who you know, that it should, if it's a person who's experiencing a certain injustice, that they are the people who really should be talking about that. And I think that that's really, really important, and important to some, it's very important to the participants, but also I think reflecting on what you have said, I think it's really, really important.
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you, Alva, for using your 10 minutes to enter into a dialogue with the researcher, which is really a new format, which is really interesting, and actually what we needed, you know, to have active dialogue between the researcher and the people from the field or from the policy arena. And I have also in the chat a question from Keeleen Berry. Ivy, you can read it, and I will read it out for the people here in the room. Thanks for such an interesting presentation, Ivy. How did you find recruiting and doing research with interviewees during the pandemic? You mentioned access barriers to feminist movement especially. What are some of these access issues specifically? And I think you have answered some of this, but maybe you want to address this again.
Yeah, for me, I actually think that recruitment and the COVID pandemic was really an opportunity for me, because I got to talk with so many women from many different countries, and probably something that I wouldn't have got to do if, you know, if all my interviews had been in person. Obviously, that in-person interview is what I wanted from the very start, and you know, it does, you know, bring with it, you know, other elements or limitations, and I would have personally liked to meet and thanked everyone who took part in my research as well, you know. So but I do hope that I meet many of them in years to come, because I've kept in touch with them and that kind of thing. And then as well, I suppose, yeah, like I felt like people had more time as well. I started doing my research at the start of the pandemic. Everyone was at home, not allowed leave. So I felt like, oh, they actually can, you know, people nearly just wanted to have a chat or someone to talk to. So that worked to my advantage, I think. But not that, you know, we want to go through that again or anything like that. But I do think that it did in fact, you know, show that this could be done in this way, and it would be a way that I would utilize going forward as well, you know. And in terms of the barriers, well, they were wide and varied, but one very practical example is people not being able to access or get into the room. So if you're not able to get into the room, your voice isn't heard, you know. So it's actually, that is very practical example and a visual example. So I think that that's a huge thing, but also like lack of sign language interpretation for many people, and even like, you know, for people who want for the movements who want to be inclusive, you know, it brings an additional cost and an additional kind of maybe something they don't have the budget for. So there really needs to be budget allocated to accessibility in all movements, and even in consultations from you know, on policy and different things like that. So I think that's really important.
Thank you so much. We have now a minute or two for a question from the room, if there is any. Yes, please, Ilona.
Hi, Aoife. I was just wondering, I have evidence within my study also of the division between the feminist and the disability. But I was just wondering, given that you did interviews in so many countries, did you come across of a positive, perhaps, positive example of those two social group or social movements intersecting pathways? And if that was possible, if you could give us the context, if you remember.
Sure, thanks so much, Eliona. And that's a really interesting one, because actually what I found on like international level, there seemed to be like a lot more strategic, I suppose, alliance and interaction between the two movements, and even sometimes on a national level as well. But it was the more grassroots or local where the partnerships didn't seem to be as strong and people couldn't participate. But on you know, European level, for example, the European Disability Forum and the European Women's Lobby have a strong relationship and work together on several policy documents, and they've had people from EDF very involved in the committees and organizations within EWL. And as well, I do think in a lot of the organizations, or a lot, that there is this want, like this really, like, people want to do it, but it's just practically, it sometimes doesn't happen. So yeah, so that's kind of, I hope I've answered your question.
Thank you, Ivy. And I think looking at the time, I would like now to give the floor to Megan to introduce to us your research on reproductive rights and prenatal diagnosis and the conflicts arising around that. And please also introduce yourself, Megan.
Yeah. Hello. Thank you for sticking with us. Hopefully I'll provide a lively last presentation. It was wonderful to be coming after Aoife, because I think a lot of our issues intersect in many ways. So I am based at the University of Iceland, and my research topic is on reproductive choices, prenatal screening, and fetal impairment, examining policy and practice in Iceland and Ireland. I will today be focusing my findings on Iceland just because of time restraints, but happy to take questions about Ireland as well. So my main research focus is on investigating what influences choices around prenatal testing for parents and pregnant people. So I want to investigate this complex issue in multiple ways. So my interviewees were really three large groups. So I interviewed parents and pregnant people. The second group was the medical community. So that included midwives, OBGYNs, and genetic counselors. And then the third group was policymakers and advocates. So activists from the reproductive rights, feminist movements, as well as the disability movements. Less so the conservative movement. But so I just wanted to provide a quick context of reproductive rights in Iceland to make the data make a little bit more sense. So Iceland is very famously feminist. It's topped the global gender gap for 12 years now. And so we have quite a liberal reproductive rights legislation that was just updated in 2019. So we have unregulated abortion up to 22 weeks. And also something to note is that when I arrived in Iceland, they were going through like an international media blitz where they were being targeted for being the country that is eliminating Down syndrome. And so this was not coming from people within Iceland, but outside. And they didn't quite understand the context in Iceland where there's only 300,000 people. So using the same metrics of birth rate is to other countries is quite unfair. So I want to go into my initial findings. And I think the main one really is that there's a large scale routinization of prenatal testing in Iceland. So it's sort of treated as just another step in antenatal care. And there's also a parallel lack of monitoring of guidelines and practice. So for a lot of the parents and pregnant people I interviewed, a lot of them didn't even recognize that they were going through prenatal testing until they got the phone call afterwards saying, oh, your fetus may have a high probability of Down syndrome. And so there wasn't that preparatory conversation going on that is quite vital when you're needing to make a decision based on a probability of diagnosis. So sorry, just to also note that a lot of the parents and pregnant people said that there needed to be explicit denial of prenatal testing. So they had to know that they didn't want to have a prenatal test before they went into the doctor's office. So, and the rate is about 83% of Icelanders go through prenatal testing at the moment, which is actually quite low for Nordic countries. But I think, so one of the biggest things was a sense of shame for a lot of the pregnant people and parents, and shame in terms of in every phase of the decision-making process, because a lot of people that went through prenatal testing didn't talk with their partners or their communities beforehand. And so there was a sense of urgency and they didn't quite know what to do with this information. And so whatever decision they made there was a sense of shame that they didn't know what to do. And I think what was quite interesting in Iceland, because of this really liberalized context, and sort of this ideal feminist context, especially now with the global threat on abortion access, was that many pregnant people felt an inadequacy of choice. So, and this means the way that choice is being presented to them by both the feminist community as well as doctors. So all the mantras of like, my body, my choice, women should have final choice. And a lot of women on the negative side of things felt that was incredibly isolating for them, that they had to make this very heavy moral choice on their own, and they had to sort of hold the implications of that. So moving on, I just wanted to focus on the inter-advocacy movement conflicts, because this was brought up before. And honestly, this, in my many years in both the feminist and the disability movement, this is sort of a topic that presents an impasse. People in the disability movement don't know how to address fetal impairment and prenatal screening and abortion. And people in the feminist movement also don't know how to address it, or work with the disability movement on it. So I think that this is influenced, and this was seen in Iceland and in Ireland, that the conservative movement has a very, very clear message that misappropriates the disability rights position and language. So a lot of conservative pro-life, rather pro-birth movements, they have posters of Down syndrome children. They really want to evoke this sense of pity or you know, the emotional response, and it's very effective. The problem is that most of the disability rights movement is in the middle, and there is so much nuance that it's very hard to have like a 3-bullet campaign to combat the conservative movement. And then on the other side, the reproductive rights feminist side, I mean, we all know that they're waging an all-out battle just to get abortion access. So when they're talking about fetal impairment, it's often about these very, very extreme cases, like in Ireland, where women have to go abroad because they have a fetus that is basically dead in their womb, and they're not allowed abortion. But unfortunately, most cases lie very much in the middle of that extreme. So I think I don't know, I will leave it at that for now.
Okay, thank you, Megan, for this presentation of your research finding, which seems to be very timely again. It's a very important subject to do, which we really need more research on. And before we enter into discussion, I give the floor to the respondent, Paula Pinto from Portugal. Please, Paula.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So I'm Paula Pinto from University of Lisbon. I'm one of the PIs in this project. and just stepping in today. But in fact, I have to thank you, Megan, and this lucky opportunity to, consider more seriously your project and to have this dialogue with you. Because the first thing I wanted to say is really to praise you for the choice of the topic, because I find it a very, very relevant topic for the feminist movement, for the disability movement, for our society, for all of us, actually. And I see this, there's so many layers to your project and your research. And although we don't have much time, I want to deep into some of those layers because I find is where the real juice of all of this is, and also the questions that for which we perhaps do not have all the answers yet, but that we need to discuss, because it's only through discussion and exchange that we can find ways out of these tensions that you alluded to. So I find the topic fascinating. I find your emerging findings extremely interesting. But at the same time, I'm still wondering about some of the layers that these emerging findings do not yet totally address, in my view. But maybe you already have some hints about it, or maybe you don't, and it's something that needs to continue to be discussed and researched and analyzed. Because as I read it, your research question, in fact, has two parts. So one first part is what influences choices around prenatal testing. But the second part is how this reflexively impacts the societal views of disability and difference in Iceland and Ireland. And I think that this second part, it's harder, it's more complex, it's more deep down in those layers that I mentioned. So I know that you didn't bring the comparison with Ireland yet, so you stick with Iceland, which is in itself already quite complex, the situation. But maybe one of the questions that I could ask you is whether you find differences in these underlying views about disability between Iceland and Ireland, because you mentioned in the beginning that Iceland, for example, in terms of feminism, is it seems to me that you pointed out as a more a progressive country. Even the law around abortion is totally different, and the ideas that the population has about the right to abortion are different. So, and do you find that there are also differences in terms of underlying conceptions of disability in those two societies? And does that in any ways affect also how these issues are perceived in one country and the other? And maybe because this is so complex, I would stop here for this first question.
Yes. So let me know if I'm not addressing your question. So I guess first, talking about the reflexivity and why that was included. I think that this is sort of from a disability rights lens. I think this is one of the great concerns, because there is a significantly lower birth rate of people with Down syndrome. And so in the last decade. And so when we look at the composition of our communities and our societies, we have to acknowledge the impact that certain types of disabilities are no longer going to be as present, at least in the global north. I'm not going to go into geopolitics right now, but in the global north, where they have prenatal screening and testing. So, and this impacts such as, so not only Down syndrome communities and how they build communities with people that are either have their impairment or how they're looked at by their community, but also investment in services and how much government will address their needs in the future if there is such a low number. So when we talk about reflexivity, it's more about, okay, so if we're not discussing this, if we're not addressing this right now, how is this going to impact our future communities and how we look at disability? So for Iceland, I think it's this wonderfully weird microcosm because it's like the size of a neighborhood in Brooklyn. So but you also have such a, I didn't go into this, but such a fascination and attachment with science and scientific advancement. And that includes reproductive technology. And so in Iceland, there is this national narrative that we want diversity, we're very inclusive, but at the same time, there is a cultural and national sort of move to eradicate disease and impairment. So, sorry, but in Ireland, it's, as you know, it's extremely different context. So prenatal testing is quite limited right now because abortion is legal up to 12 weeks, and general prenatal testing will not provide results within that time frame. So in that way, it's very different. However, I think the interesting thing with Ireland is that a lot of the narratives from, a lot of the motivation was based on cases around fetal impairment and that going to the Human Rights Council. So there's this sort of underlying foundational narrative that abortion is necessary in cases of fetal impairment. Please disagree but so I think this underlying attachment that makes it very difficult to have nuanced conversations about fetal impairment when you have these horrific stories being promoted as an advocacy tool. So I don't know if, sorry.
No, you totally addressed the question. Thank you so much. I think it helped us better understand. The second thing that I wanted to also have you discuss here a little bit more, it's about, in this case, what I could call maybe the reflexivity of your own intervention as a researcher. I mean, in certain topics, in certain contexts, when we are doing our interviews, we are already sparkling ideas or thoughts in our interviewees that they never before reflected upon. So I was wondering if you felt that within the context of your interviews that the persons, you call them, I noticed, people who are pregnant. Every time you say people who are pregnant, not women who are pregnant, and I guess it's intentional somehow, I don't know, but you say so, and I don't know if those women they are in process of abortion, or they did already had abortions following their prenatal testing. But did you in any moment of the interviews felt that they were changing their minds or realizing aspects of the issue that they did not think about before?
Yeah, it's a really interesting question. So first, the reason I use pregnant people is because several of my interviewees identified as trans men and non-binary.
Okay.
So that was the language that they wanted me to use. And then, so I think with my interviews, I think I talked to you about this yesterday. So I think, so first regarding sort of the reflexivity, I'm a very obviously disabled person. So when you're talking about, and I'm interviewing pregnant people that either are pregnant at the time or they've aborted based on a positive diagnosis of Down syndrome or another chromosomal issue. So I think a lot of times they think I'm coming in with a position. And so I've had initially a lot of the interviewees, they were quite nervous, and they sort of started out with like justifying their decision. And so it was really, from my training in qualitative research, I tried as much as possible to be non-directive and to open up the space where they can be comfortable and where they can tell me their story. So I found that, I wouldn't say they changed their opinion, but they sort of, I think, let go of those initial fears or perceptions of judgment. The harder ones were the activists, disability activists, because they always are like, you know what I'm talking about, and they really saw me as an ally or on the same wavelength as them. And so it's harder to get information like, well, pretend that I don't know what you're talking about, like tell me more. So yeah.
And finally, also, I would be interested in knowing how you are thinking about using your findings and your research, for example, to start addressing that tension between the movements that you talked about, and to address other issues that you raised in your research, such as, for example, that loneliness of the pregnant person in making the decisions.
Yeah.
So what we need to do in order to bring others to the table of that, of those important decisions as well. And how you are planning to use that. We heard yesterday about very creative ways of communicating your research, and whether you're thinking about any of those or considering any of those, because I think that this is one of the topics that really would fit well into those very creative ways of addressing, communicating research, that we had the theater, the exhibitions or other forms that can really reach out to general publics, because the problem for me is really what is underlying, not just the decision itself, but what are the thoughts behind the decisions made. But thank you so much for this wonderful research.
I'm just like imagining like a vagina monologues, you know, theater play about prenatal testing. But
I'll be in it like once been in the
that'd be great. Actually, honestly, I think communicating about it actually it's regarding personal stories have been honestly the most effective. And that sort of goes against my personal sort of distaste of disabled people or people in general, like having to like expose their inner stories for advocacy, but it is truly effective. I do want to say, and this may relate to Aoife's question, or from Eliona actually. I'm active right now in a collaboration with the feminist organization CREA. And they are one of the most active intersectional, disability inclusive mainstream feminist organizations. And we're part of a collaborative network with reproductive rights organizations and disabled activists and organizations called the Nairobi Principles on Prenatal Testing, Abortion, and Disability. And so this collaborative has really tried to develop guidelines for and information for both the reproductive rights movement and the disability movement on how to communicate about this. There's also, so I think right now what we're struggling with is actually getting those like tight talking points that we can enter any room, any policy environment and say blah, blah, blah. This is what we want. And this is sort of the balanced and nuanced view of both the disability rights and the reproductive rights movement. So.
Thank you so much, Megan, for that. And thank you, Paula, for your wonderful dialogue on this important research you're doing, Megan. I want to say to both Megan and Aoife that I'm really looking forward to the publication of your dissertation. And I'm really hoping that you will answer the question, so how can the disability movement and the women movement fight together for abortion rights and reproductive rights? And where is the answer in that? And that's I'm really looking forward. I'm sure you have the answer. I'm sure that Aoife has also interesting ideas about that. And I hope that you will address that in your dissertation. At this point, we are at the end of this session. I want to thank all the researchers who have presented, Rados and Ainsley and Megan and Aoife, and the respondents for a fruitful discussion. Once again, I learned that this project is really the front-running project in innovative, intersectional, interdisciplinary research. And I'm really proud of being part of this project. And once again, I want to thank Lisa as the organizer again, and Eleanor as the principal coordinator of this project for putting this project up and keeping it going and bring it to a very successful end. And I want to thank the participants of this session in the room as well as in the Zoom room for participating and joining in this wonderful session. Thank you very much, and I'm looking at Eleanor, whether she wants to have the floor in the end. You are there. Eleanor, you would say some concluding words to this session?
No, I think Catherine is going to join now to do the concluding remarks for the whole conference. But yeah, I've just been in the other room, so I just caught the very end of your discussion. And yeah, I think again, everywhere we are just constantly impressed by these early stage researchers and their achievements. So for everyone who's listening in and participating, do get in contact, do follow up with these researchers because their work is really going to make the change. So let's all follow up with them. So I will stop there, and I'm sure in a few moments we'll have Catherine to give the concluding remarks for the conference as a whole.
Thank you very much. And then I hand over to Catherine.
Talking till I see if the mic is working. Thanks very much. So I'm just going to say some final things because I think everyone's been listening and talking and concentrating all day. So you don't need a 45-minute reflection from me. So actually, the last time we met, I met all of you before COVID. I think you will remember we were in Portugal together. And it's been really impressive to actually see how far you've managed to go in this period of time. 2.5 years, I think it is, since then. And considering that all of your research topics are intersectional, cross different sectors, cross different policy areas, cross different research fields, usually really relies on building relationships with people who you don't already know, going to conferences, networking, and you haven't been able to do any of that in any sort of regular way. All of the things that you planned in terms of travel and everything. So I'm sure you've met with loads of disappointment along the way and how things worked out and went through a lot. So I'm also really impressed to see how you adapted your research questions and your methodology over time to still manage to make all your deadlines and get here to now. So I really think that you should be all really proud of yourselves, and also your supervisors who had to suddenly agree to online interviews and all kinds of things, which wouldn't have been the natural way for us to have done these things in the past. So anyway, that's just something that I wanted to reflect on, and thank you for your work on that. So I also want to thank our colleagues who've been working with us here today. I see Wim in front of us captioning, but I know Marina and Virla have also been in the background. And also I saw Romy, I see Romy. And we've had Valentina, Robert and Day as sign language interpreters. I want to thank our technical team over here in the room, and also my colleagues in EDF who've been working on the organization. So you see Raquel here in the front of the room. I think I see somebody floating around taking photos, Vanessa, but also Anne-Sophie, who worked especially with Lisa over time with the whole committee on creating this event together. So thank you very much to all of you for what you put into developing the program, what you did throughout all of your research in making the event work. And I hope that it's been our pleasure anyway to have finally at the end of your program to have this physical event for most people. And I hope that you've really enjoyed the chance to connect with everyone during this time, and have safe travels home and the very best of luck, not just in finishing your research and getting your doctorate, but also in taking what you learned during this time and making it change the world, which is what I think you all want to do. So thank you very much.